so good to be back. It is February 1st, or as we call it in Ireland, St. Bridget's Day, the first day of spring. Put a little bit of a spring in your step, huh? We got so much to talk about, and I don't know if we have time to talk about all of it. But let's just cut to the chase, shall we? Brand spanking new stream layout. Obviously, if there's any hiccups here and there, we'll hit the bolts where the bolts need to be tightened. Yeah. Excuse me. So it was my plan to go right into the event, the final Infinite event, but Morgan flashbanged us out of nowhere with a brand new episode, the second episode of season 4. And if I'm being totally honest, I couldn't wait. How could it wait? Like, look, he's blessed us. We can't really we can't really give it a pause. We have to go right into it. So I suppose I should probably look for that bingo card. I feel like I'm threading familiar ground, or threading the same ground over and over. But for those who don't know, Morgan is a machinima content creator, an auteur, I would say. He has been making the same series for, am I right to say 6 years? What's the oldest? Oh yeah, 6 years, I was right. So, as you can see here, it's the same deal. Spartan figure and elite figure. They talk, they also play Halo, and they take on hackers. Some episodes are beat for beat recreations of RB the Chief episodes. Some other episodes they go in a completely different direction. And you might be wondering, well, I'm guessing the ones where he goes off in his own direction are better episodes, right? You would be mistaken. They go in a very concerning and frightening direction. And you're not... I mean, it depends on what you like, but... Oh, I got it. Morgan Bingo. Now, I haven't actually optimized the stream overlay for the Morgan Bingo, I think. That could be incorrect. Photoshop? Oh, no, I have. Okay. It's not particularly well done. I kind of need to figure it out a bit more, but what we'll do for now is we'll just do it old school. We have a little bingo that we do whenever Morgan has re-entered the stratosphere. Oh yeah, I realize I'm kind of covering it up a bit here. But you can see all the things. These are all the things that are kind of common patterns in the show, I should say. Alrighty. We'll talk about project status and stuff later on in the stream, because I have a lot of ranting to do. And that's probably best done over gameplay as opposed to over a new video to react to, so let's just go right into it, I suppose. Okay. How long has it been since the last episode? 3 months. So the spaces between episodes are getting longer, and that's a little concerning, at least for me, because as you get older, you get busier, you have less time for the fun things, and maybe it's possible that maybe Morgan just doesn't have the same time that he had before to devote to the show. That's a frightening thought. I would like to see him grind out these episodes as often as he used to, but he has a personal life like the rest of us, and yeah, let's not drag our heels. Let's just get right into it. I'm putting it off because I know that we're not going to get another episode for a long time. Even with summer coming up, I feel like he's going to be dragging his heels. Anyway, so classic opener image. We're right out the gate. We're too dark to see anything. So he's moved from, I believe, Virginia to Florida, I believe. We don't need the captions. Cat jump scare.
Hello, Carl.
I mean, for fans of Game of Thrones season 8, season 8 was the one with the long night, wasn't it? Yeah. This is going to be either a noticeable upgrade or downgrade for you.
If you are all back from vacation, we need you to meet with us as soon as possible.
Got it, sir. We'll be there as soon as possible.
There was a voice actor who was brought in to voice either Kat or I think it's Olivia as the other female character. And there's been a rotating door of voice actors on this show for reasons that'll become very clear to you as time goes by. And there's a lot of, like, you'll notice in the bingo card, like, you'll see a vague reference to sexual violence. I don't even know why I put in vague, it just references sexual violence. Yeah, and I think a lot of people get noticeably more uncomfortable as time goes by making this show or working on it at the very least. And what I wanted to say was, uh, the new actor for I think Olivia Arquette sounds cons- concerningly young. I don't know if concerningly is a word, but they sound young to the point that it does worry me because you don't want to have minors engaged with this kind of content, and I wouldn't trust Morgan to have the wherewithal to be vetting people for age. I would never ask my voice actors for, you know, how should I say, identification. I'm not going to dox them, but I would at the very least want to make sure they sound mature enough. No child is ever going to. No one who sounds like a child can use a voice changer, like to deepen their voice to make them sound like an adult. And granted, on CapCut there's a voice replacement. I've played a little bit with it for my Halloween stream announcement. I use this voice replacement tool. I don't think it's fully there yet, but I guess you could use that. But it's going to. You would never get hired for a voice acting role based on that. I don't. I would think anyway. A lot of this background isn't focused. The subject's not focused. Also, like, even if Morgan is casting kids, that's his problem. I'm not going to go out and you know he's not harming any kids. He's just having kids in content they should not be taking part in. Um, subject takes up 10 pence a shot. Ah, that's kind of yeah. Yeah, I don't think I see the out of focus, and I don't know. why I didn't have it here. It seems like such an obvious thing. So when I say subject takes up 10% of the shot, look at all the negative space here of his sitting room with an amount of chairs that he would never fully occupy. I don't imagine this guy has many visitors, but prove me wrong, Morgan, prove me wrong. And if it seems like I'm beating a dead horse or I'm being needlessly mean to this guy, I'm not at liberty to discuss it, but I can tell you one thing, he's not a good dude. Plus, I'm giving constructive criticism, much like Flick. You know, I'm giving my 2 cents on his filmmaking ability. I'm telling you what I think. He has gotten this feedback 1-to-1 and has ignored it, so I guess I'm wrong, you know?
Hey guys, we need to get online.
What's going on?
A new group has sent a threatening message to Administrator Johnson.
I don't know if you heard that, but you could barely hear Dustin there. I'm surprised I heard him. Audio. See, I have to go looking for stuff now. This shows how long it's been. Horribly mixed audio levels. This is how long it's been since the last episode, because I would know this stuff by rote otherwise. I don't think we've heard phoned in lines just yet.
You can see if our alarm has the truck set up here.
Those movie maker effects. And all the credits are like stolen from John, but like we're not going to I'm not going to tick off the box for ripping off RB based on that, because that's just a staple of the show. It's not worth it. Whoa. This is... Wait, is this the old place? This room is way too messy for it to be his new place. Unless he did it in a rush or something. Oh no, this is the new place. You can tell by the floors and stuff. But the same arrangement of furniture. I guess I'm splitting hairs. It's crazy that he moved absolutely everything. I wonder if he drove or flew. I don't know how people move across the country in the US.
He must have set it up already before we got out of the box.
Let's go!
Okay, that was actually a fairly consistent camera shot. Let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, let's call a spade here. That was a smooth tilt. Zoom unnecessary, but yeah, whatever. And by the time the zoom ends, we have these two guys. Now let's see if he undercuts himself by doing the classic camera wiggle. The classic camera wiggle is something you'll see in a lot of more amateur machinima productions, where someone will frame a shot and then out of a kind of a muscle instinct or something, they'll just jerk the camera a little bit to correct it, or because, you know, they think there's maybe a better shot to get and they won't go back for a second take. Oh, the beep. So at the end, whenever he's recording in machinima, I'm guessing it's something to do with the encoding or the codec, but when a clip ends, there's a bit on the audio that goes burp. That's very easily fixed, but he doesn't seem interested in fixing that. So where's the classic beep? It's almost like the fire alarm beep for people don't change the batteries in their fire alarms, I guess. Now we're gonna get the 1x1 shot, I can tell. Oh, he just lowered his gun. Is everyone else? Oh god, this is a different 1x1. He's just gonna get people lowering their guns. that doesn't even constitute the one-by-one shot. I think Morgan outsmarted me. Because you can't move 4 controllers at once. It's near impossible. That's a 2x2 shot. It'd be so funny if Morgan did this to spite me, to find a way around it, you know? The 1x1 shot also is just where every single character gets their own shot of them entering a space or exiting a space, because he knows he can't move 4 controllers at the same time, but it seems he's getting a little bit creative and finding ways around it. You'll notice that the live action things are in 16:9 dog water kind of iPhone quality, but all the machinima things are in 4:3-ish and have this kind of visual tearing at the sides, so I wouldn't call it analog, but it's a more primitive form of capture device, which is kind of cool. You know, it's nice stuff to have handy in this day and age.
Hey everyone, glad to see you all again.
Oh, I know that guy. That guy's voice acted for me, I think.
Likewise, sir.
It sounds like a racist meme, but you have to be really careful if you're going to cast people whose first language isn't English in your machinima or anything that has voice acting, because you're going to need them to do retakes and stuff, because there's going to be words that they're just not going to pronounce correctly the first time. Not to any fault of their own, it's just people use different sound systems in different countries, you know, like the likes of Japan. You know, if you have L and R words, you're going to have to tell them, you know, just so you know it's pronounced this way. Or sometimes I'll have voice actors doing Gaelic words. And Irish uses vowels differently. I think most Western countries will, or even most countries will use vowels differently. So if you're not going to give them phonetics, you'll have to get them to do retakes. And the likes of Morgan, very much like Flick with oneself, isn't a big fan of retakes. He'll just get the first take and that'll be it, you know. So that's Morgan's filmmaking style. So if he's only getting a one take from everybody, you're going to get a lot of rough pronunciation. So we'll, not to give out to this guy who's acting opposite him here. Obviously Morgan voices the main character, who's also called Morgan. But then there's also a character called Morgan who's a human, who's based off the director of the show, who's called Morgan. So it's hard to know which Morgan is ever being talked about at some time, at any time, any given time.
It's good to be back again.
Glad to see you too, Moderator Scott.
Everybody gets a line?
I'm so happy to see you and moderator Daniel again.
Okay, that's phoned in for sure. So everybody gets a line. That's when every character in a scene gets a line, or all the main characters, for no reason other than just giving them lines. Phoned in. Oh man, we're so close, we're not even halfway through.
Administrator Johnson wants you to come up right away.
Oh, that's not Mark Meister. I know that voice as well. There's a lot of us share the same voice actors, you see. Well, not share, but you know, the same voice actors run in the same kind of Halo machinima circles, which is why I try to branch out a little bit. With some, like a lot of the voice actors that I use, I would have brought into the Halo machinima circuit. They would have done other kind of voiceovers and stuff before.
To tell you all as soon as you got to here.
Sounds like Agent 6 a little bit.
Before we do that, we have some personal news to share with you both.
The funny thing about Morgan is also that he voices the main character, because then, you know, then he doesn't have to wait on voice lines or worry about, you know, the voice of the protagonist dipping out. But for a guy who voices the main character, he makes almost no effort. Sometimes there's an episode where Morgan gets drunk and he does a good job at that, but I don't know many people who voice the main characters in their machinimas who phone it in. Unless they're just bad voice actors, which in fairness Morgan is a bad voice actor, but I guess he gives the correct. Like, I'm not a particularly good voice actor either. In fairness, a lot of my performances do sound phoned in, so I guess I shouldn't be throwing any stones.
What news?
We've moved.
You did? Where did you guys go?
How'd you dox
We
yourself like
moved
that?
to the state of Florida.
I heard it's beautiful there.
It sure is.
We were living in Virginia, but we moved with our friend as he wanted to move here, and we followed him here.
That was a big change for you. All to move from Virginia to Florida.
It was, and I love it here.
Dustin has gone suspiciously long without making a sex joke. Dustin is the elite, by the way.
Hold on. Yes, sir!
Please send them up, Moderator Daniel.
I apologize, sir. We got carried away with some news that they shared with us. I'm sure they'll share the information with you once they're up here.
Not
How's
a
the
problem, Moderator Daniel.
writing has just gotten worse, where it's people restating shit that was just said, or saying stuff that doesn't need to be said.
I await their arrival.
Oh, wait, though, a while.
Sorry, guys. We
That's Martmeister, I believe. The guy who can't do his R's.
got carried away. Please head up to see Administrator Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Administrator Johnson is just like a vessel for exposition, and that is literally all he does in this show. Oh, camera wiggle. Yeah, I'm putting that down for the camera wiggle. It's like he doesn't know what to do with the camera, rather than just doing a pan or tilt. It's just whatever. Surface level female dialogue. I feel like we'll get that. And when I put surface level female dialogue, that usually means something like one of the female characters that we just saw there speaking in affirmation to something that Morgan just said. Like they only exist to put Morgan on a pedestal, or be damsels in distress or something. You know what I mean? Oh god, we are gonna get the drawn out walking one by one shots. Like, we don't need to see this, but yeah, okay. And you know what? It's gonna go on so long, I can just do it while it's happening. And he does that with the live action as well, not just the game. The machinima segments. Now they are running. I'm so curious if he made this map. I doubt it, but if it's on MCC file share, I would download it for sure. So much of this series is these characters walking into this room on this map and just being told things by Administrator Johnson. This could, it says at the top of the video, Season 4, Episode 2. This could be any episode of the previous 3 seasons. You know? More run out shots. I can't double press a bingo square. And I don't remember which one, but one of these female characters talks like a guy doing an impression of a girl. Oh my god, I'm a girl, you know! He always has his back to
Welcome
him.
back, everyone. I have some urgent news to share with you all.
Can we share
In before, this could have been an email.
some news of our own really quick?
Oh, you sure can. What news would you like to tell me?
We've moved.
Oh, yeah? Oh, where did you all...
I love this intense music over them simply talking about moving to Florida. Celtic, how are you? I can see... Oh, message retracted. Sad face. They Celtic. You probably recognize this show. We're back to the prodigal son. Yeah. So, we're right in it. He's back. Morgan is back with a brand new episode, and we're going right into it. What are we doing? Yeah, so we're just covering the latest Morgan episode. It came out yesterday, I believe. No, it came out Friday. And after that, I'm going to finish the final event of Halo Infinite. And then I gotta do a rant. And it's a rant that I actually recorded a couple of weeks ago, but it didn't turn out very well. It's probably gonna turn out a lot better in a live stream format because I need some back and forth on it, I believe. You know. Shit, hang on. I can see there's like an edge on the stream chat, and it's really annoying me. Now it's going over. Okay, that's actually much better. Okay. I hope you're doing well though. We're also doing the bingo. The bingo like we always do. And we are considerably close to getting a bingo. Looking forward to watching some stuff while I clean up some animations. I can see you just booted up MCC. It's crazy that in the 7 years that I've known you, we've never played MCC together, I think.
Move to.
We moved to the state of Florida.
But like I was saying, like we have this intense music playing over a very benign interaction about where they moved.
Yes, that's nice. I've heard it's beautiful there.
So are the bitches, too.
I think you mean girls, Dustin.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir, I do.
We have received a threat from a new hacker group called the Merciless Reapers.
Who are they?
The Merciless Reapers. Okay. So I don't know if I misheard the name the last time, but the way Morgan said it, it sounded like it said the Merciless Reapers. And I hate to be the one to say it here, but the word rape is mentioned way too frequently in this show. To the point where it's on the bingo chart, like, you're terrible at playing Halo. I use it for references. Well, like, I'm not much better myself, you know. The majority, if you look at my service record, not so much in Infinite, but if you look at my service record on MCC, I'm near max rank, and I have tens and maybe hundreds of thousands of games put down, and it's mostly for machinima. You know, it's I'm nowhere near as good at the game as I would like to be. You know.
Hey.
Well, we have no idea who they are at the moment, but
the Merciless Reaper. Yeah. So the Merciless Reapers. So the Merciless Reapers is not a terrible name. It's generic, whatever. It's like the band generator thing where it's adjective, noun, or something. It's not as inspired as Chaos Theosis, but I would say this. I'm glad it's either been retconned to Reapers or that it was Reapers the whole time, because that was preferable than what I assumed it was the last time.
the leader is an elite officer and his minions are a scar-faced security guy who licks...
What does... I guess... I was going to say, what does it matter what their armor permutations are, but I guess if you don't know their gamer tags, maybe that's useful information. Even though people can just change that between matches. That would never happen in this show, though.
a little like Drake from Undead Nightmare does, Hassop with a jetpack, and then a blue security Spartan.
What did they say?
Well, they have threatened to go on a permanent account banning.
Okay, but then this is the more... We had the intense music for when they were talking about moving to Florida. Now we're on a very intense part of the match where we're talking about this hacker threat, and we have penis music playing.
Unless we disband a new organization we have created.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Yes, it is.
No.
There's only so much we, the OMN, can do. But you guys have done well dealing with threats that we can't.
What's the new group?
Well, the new group is called, Team Galactic. We've only had a few applicants so far, and we will be...
It's basically tossers, but the precursor to what tossers were in this show, I think, were destroyed in season 2 or 3. I'm deeply embarrassed that I know that lore, but I digress.
interviewing them soon.
Hopefully that number will go up soon.
Like, it's stuff like that where it's someone just expanding on what another person says, you know?
Hey guys, it's late. We need to get going.
No problem. I understand. As soon as I
If that was urgent, you'd be like, no, stay here. We're talking about something important. Why are you leaving now?
know more, I'll let you guys know. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Administrator Johnson.
Good night.
I'll see you guys again soon.
Everybody gets a line.
Sleep well.
You too.
Oh. Back to the window, I guess. Even though he does nothing other than administrating, he needs to have a Spartan laser, I suppose. These characters have all these, they're all, you know, armed to the teeth, but nothing doing here other than chatting. I don't think we've heard this music track before. Usually he uses the same 3 or 4 Kevin MacLeod clips and plays them in their entirety, which he is playing these in entirety almost. Sounds something like, almost like the Halo Reach soundtrack. Oh, you gotta love it when they bounce off the wall. Oh, there's the wiggle. Oh. Now you see why we're at 18 minutes. Is he reading King Lear?
Let's go to bed.
That figure has never looked more rough in its entire... I don't think that figure has ever looked more rough. Like, it's a red Reach Recon figure. Oh my god, the pizza pillow and the Morgan pillow is back. It's like his old bedroom just quantum leaped to this one. But, it's a red Reach Recon Spartan, but it's been painted blue and yellow poorly. And even if Morgan had painted it well, depending on the type of paints you use, I think if you use... I think you have to use oil pastels or something. But if you use watercolors, they just chip and flake right off. And I've never seen the paint job on this look worse. Like, look at the frame. Like, it's so much negative space. What is it? Oh, it's the Holy Bible. Alright. Oh, you gotta have the new Holy Bible. Make sure to give that enough camera room. Forget the actual character that the shot is on. Make sure you include the Bible. The Bible literally has more frame space than this character. That's a nice ship. That actually is kind of cool. That looks like Mega Bloks.
Good night, everybody.
And then they do their Heaven's Gate thing where they all share the same blanket? Do we have that? Oh, we do have it there. A pose lying in bed together. Not a pose, but a pose, like the, you know. We could get double bingo.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Morgan.
Good night, everybody.
So we're over halfway through. We have 7 minutes left in the episode and nothing has happened yet. They've just been talked at. What's that? It's an alarm clock. What's that? Shaking. I can't see anything. And it's when the shot is completely dark and we cut, and we still can't, and it cuts a second time. So there was clearly something we were meant to see but cannot. And I don't want to hear any change the gamma derelict, because no amount of correction is going to fix this. There's just nothing to be seen in this shot. Now the thumbnail might be a spoiler. I think the bad guy toys are about to break into the house, which is something that has been built up since season 1, and I don't know why we're only getting to it now. It was the most interesting concept that he's ever had. Oh no, I think it happened a few episodes ago where they killed Dustin or something. Or they cut his head off. I don't remember. Dude, I can't see a thing. Is Morgan gonna become the Florida man? Oh, today, Junior. That's kind of a cool shot. Never mind. So this is Morgan voicing the bad guys. Sorry for the ear rape. Funny how I've said it more than Morgan has in this episode. That's the Emil one. I think that was Justin. I think I used to voice that guy in Elite Ultra. Makes me kind of want to get more Reach figures, but they're like gold dust now. They cost so goddamn much.
Little boy with a big job to do.
What?
The sky tastes like green.
Bruh.
Darkness that silences await.
Is this a song? I'm gonna be really annoyed if the episode ends before we get anything here. Undisclosed location. Okay. Well, I assume all of this is an undisclosed location because I can't see what's going on. It'd be cool if there was a fight scene between a Halo 4 Spartan and a Halo Reach one. Because they're the same size, I think. Or Halo 3 one. Oh no. Oh no.
Where am I?
Oh no.
Cat, you see, we needed a fifth member of our group. You need to join us.
Hell I will. Tell me who you are. Let me go now.
Oh no.
We thought you'd say that, boss. We're going to plan B.
Deal.
Fire! Is that the voice from Michael Jackson Stiller? It might be. Because I don't recognize it from this show, and unlike all the voice actors, it sounds properly recorded, so it might be. I've never watched the full music video for Thriller, I think. I think I've watched most of it. I never actually, because I use Mixamo for like machinima and stuff. I've always wanted to do like a thriller dance mob video, but I just never got around to it. Okay, 4 minutes left. Thrill us, Morgan.
Up the machine!
If we can't have the real cat, we'll make an evil clone of her.
There's almost something creative happening here with the lighting.
Boss, the clone is complete. Good. We need to take the real cat away from here.
She's already a clone, dude. By the way, like, all the characters in this show, minus Morgan, I think the main character Morgan is just a living action figure, but all the other ones are not action figures. They're aliens from another planet that happen to look like action figures from the game Halo Reach from 2010. Just so that's clear, that is established lore in this show. I can't see a thing. Not a thing. How did it get worse? I don't think we've had this many dark shots in any episode after some time back in Morgan's new place. You just call it Morgan's place, he's moved now. Oh gee whiz. Now it sounds like Smack My Bitch Up by The Prodigy. This has to be the longest we've had pitch black. This is almost half the episode of just black. Morgan does, like, he cuts together the episode and just sends it off, doesn't look at what he's done at all. Back at the unknown hideout. Okay.
Boss, let's kill them.
Not now. We will soon enough.
I can't make up
Job
anything
you want
he's
our
saying.
newest member to do.
I want her to kill the real cat in the game if we see her again. If we're unsuccessful, we'll go for her again in real life.
I have a good plan. Fuck that. I'm the true and genuine cat.
Oh.
Hey boss, I think she's ready to be part of our group.
She's ready. We'll start matchmaking tomorrow afternoon.
So they just stole the cat character, made an evil clone. Did they give... But they could have just... If they know where the toys are living, they could have just broken into the house, killed the toys, and that would be it. The good guys. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. Evil Cat is Jackal. Oh, so he's gotten a new voice actor for the Evil Cat. Well, you know what? That's more effort than I would give him credit for, so fair play, Morgan. You've won. You've defeated me. Yeah, Mart Meister. I knew I recognized him. Shadows EPA. Yeah, I've worked with him as well. Good lad. Oh no, Jackal is just everybody. Never mind. All the female characters are Jackal. Never mind. Do you have anything else for us? A post-credit scene? Oh, it's going to be the Xbox disclaimer, isn't it? Oh no. All by Kevin MacLeod. Well, at least he put in the track names. That's helpful. At one point, I think he gave me permission to do Halo Figure Chronicles retold, and I thanked him because, you know, that's something I would be very interested in doing, you know. I'm sure most people on the internet would be desperate to make that. Okay, yeah. People don't care about the disclaimer, dude. Let's just get out of here. Okay, yeah, fine. He puts, I'm pretty sure he puts this disclaimer in for the episodes with no machinima segments, and this disclaimer was drafted to cover people making machinima. A lot of grey matter going on there anyway. Well, that's the new episode. 0 likes, 0 comments. Make what you will of that, I suppose. Oh. Okay. So that's the pressing matter of the evening done. I found it very curious that the previous episode got so many views. It's more views than he's gotten on an episode in quite some time. The finale for season 3 only got 38 views. The movie that he made after only got 45, 21, 109. Okay. But this got 125. It's just, and I think it got a few likes as well. 7 likes. But no comments. So that's a very suspicious amount of engagement. And I don't believe that if he was to go botting, he'd have way more subs. So there's more machinima. There's some audience that he's tapped into here. So we'll see how episode 2 climbs, if it climbs in the same way. Maybe the algorithm was favoring him or something. We'll see. But for now, let's wrap up Infinite, shall we? You're gonna see how bad I am at this game. But while that's booting up, we'll talk about some project updates. I think that's probably a fair thing to do. I've been dragging my heels on the guide, but in my defense, I have taken up a few projects IRL, which is usually the thing that pulls me away from things, you know. Hang on, let me turn this down a little bit so I'm not overpowered. There we go. I'll do it. Can't really talk about the IRL stuff because... But I've spent some time working on stuff for Inside Oneself, and honestly, I wasn't supposed to be. I was supposed to be prioritizing my own stuff, but stuff for Inside Oneself has a fairly quick turnover. You know, I only need to work on something for a day or two, maybe 3, and then it's done. So when it comes to things like Inside Oneself, we have the next stream figured out in terms of the logistics. Well, not the logistics, but I would say like we have the opening sketch done. We have a break sketch if you do need to go on break. Someone needs to go to the bathroom or something. We have an ending sketch. I haven't really dressed up the stream interface like I have with my own. I was considering it, but I figured, because in fairness, over the holidays. Oh. Whoops. I think I need to close some programs. We'll be right back. Okay, hopefully it'll work this time. Yeah, I didn't update the interface for the Inside One Cell stream. In all fairness, by the time the show ends, if it does end, it's not going to be that many episodes. I don't think we're going to go over 20 episodes. So for that few episodes, it makes more sense just to keep everything simplistic, keep everything consistent, you know? But that doesn't mean we're not going to up the ante on things we feature in terms of behind the scenes stuff or extra tidbits and stuff. We have some stuff planned for new stuff. We have plans for new things that we want to add to the stream for sure. And you're gonna have to be patient with us for, you know, until the new episode of, you know, the show comes out of oneself. Which, in fairness, is looking great. From what I've seen of the episode, looks terrific. The cold opens are so much fun to make. And it's hard to fight the urge to work on those over something like the guide. If this crashes again, I'll just play on the Xbox One. I'll play considerably worse, because that runs at something like 30 frames or something, 25 frames. If I play on the PC, it'll run at 60, and at least I can kind of put up a fair fight in the match. Okay. I don't think I have any boosts left, but I only have something like 7 or so levels to do. And I haven't paid for the pass on this, because all the stuff I would want from the pass are the free things, which I appreciate. I appreciate 343 or Halo Studios making that stuff free. So we're in the second hour of the stream now, and hopefully it'll take me less than an hour to clock out this stuff. I have a lot of Spartan points saved up, and I don't know what to spend them on. I usually do what's it called, Husky Raid, because that's the easiest way to level up, or sorry, do challenges. What are the challenges for this week? Oh, okay. That's Husky Raid stuff for sure. I hate it when it does this. Every new week or when a new thing comes in, they just tick everything for you. Don't want your... Okay, Husky Raid, Super CTF. And the nice thing is that that's a populated... that's a populated playlist as well. Yeah, and then they put in the loadouts, or it's like essentially what is it? Fiesta? Yeah, no more boosts. Ah well. We'll make do. It is a little bit bittersweet for this to be the last infinite thing. We'll actually go through the pass. Oh, I only have 5 levels to do. Nice. So they have honor guard theme stuff here. It's nice. I would wear it if I didn't have the arbiter stuff that I have now. Nice tie pieces. That's like an honor guard coating. And the respect stance. I've been wanting that for a long time. I was convinced it was meant for Yoroi, or the the Japanese themed events, but I'm guessing they were holding on until the end. That's kind of Halo 5 Arbiter themed thing. Oh, Silent Snow. I think people wanted this one for a long time, and it's kind of annoying that people are kind of annoyed that you have to wait for the color white as a coating. We'll go through the whole pass, might as well. I can see the stuff that I've unlocked already, but haven't particularly used. This is paid stuff, so I don't want that. I like the memery of the Seek helmet. If you don't remember, Seeker was the memed on helmet for Halo 5 because it was lambasted as being the ugliest helmet in the entire franchise. Nice knee guards there. Got some. I'm kind of annoyed that they put the emblems in the past because like it's just filling up space. I didn't know they had AI colors. That's nice. Some really nice chess pieces, but you can see all the good stuff isn't on the free tiers. It's on the paid tiers, except towards the end. That's a very nice pose, even if it's in profile. You should be able to do the Halo 5 thing where you can rotate your pose for the end of the match. The shoulders are nice. I don't particularly care for the helmets. Car coatings, yeah, that's nice. Vehicle coatings are a nice thing to have. That is nice, the turtle. Wouldn't pay for it though. Oh yeah, they made a new version of the Seeker as well. So, two of the challenges are to get a cumulative score of 1500 or more. So I have to get at least 15 or so kills in this. Or, you know, assists as well, right? This is going to be very embarrassing for me, so just, you know, don't be too mean. Your boy. Everybody's so fashionable. Oh, there's Seeker. Get her done. Oh, we got AFK guys. Great. That's pretty much the match over, I guess. You gotta love it when there's guys that are just AFK. Yeah. Like, he's gotta watch guys sit on their hands and lose the match, you know? And that never happens on MCC, you know? It's only ever on Infinite this happens. Now, the guy could be disconnected as well. Oh, wow. I guess rockets don't work anymore. The rockets have been kind of a delicate point for Infinite. They've never seemed to properly work in this game. Well, I'm getting my points at least. Doesn't really matter if we win or not. Oh, jeez, it's not even loaded. Oh, why'd he jump in front of me, dude? I don't know why the hammer isn't working. Hit him like twice, I guess, point blank. Okay, we're close to getting the points anyway. Yeah, one more kill and we're golden, I think. The Ravager, the weapon I just had, we used to be really useless, but they buffed it a year or so ago, and it just eats through the shields now, which is nice. Yeah. Well, I got my points anyway. We get another cap. It's no skin off my back. Oh, I got a multi-kill medal. I needed that. Not a lot of people kind of use the grenades with the shields for all they're worth, you know? Yeah, if you have the grapple hook and the flag, it's the only reasonable time to grab the flag is if you have the grapple hook or the dash, the boost, I guess it's called. Alrighty. That's a good start, I think. It's 2 challenges done right at the gate. How far will that take me, though? Oh, God. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. I don't want to buy any boosts. It's not a good use of money, but I feel like I'm really gonna want to use them or need them. Win matches. Oh, hang on. Looking at those challenges just there, whenever there's a win match or a splatter with an enemy with a vehicle, that usually means it's a firefight challenge, you know? I have a bit of a headache, which is why I'm all over the place, I think. Not why I, lost the match, that's just because I'm bad, but the stuttering, I think. Been trying to fix the sleep schedule this week, so I think I'm making some good strides. This is all the free stuff now, you get the Spartan points. And I couldn't tell you which one I want, really. Because I want to buy stuff, but I just don't... None of it is stuff I would necessarily use or wear, you know? The firefight matches are nice, though. They're nice and chill. But you can't grind those for the whole thing. And Gruntpocalypse is the one that makes the most sense to me to be doing. Like, Firefight didn't even ship with the thing. It's just an extension of, you know, Forge and what you can do in Slayer. When it came to Firefight and ODST and Reach, at least I felt like that was meant to be included, but in a lot of ways I felt like they didn't even know what to do with this game. Now, enabling the third person thing is cute. We'll give that a try. I've done it before, but I'm guessing that maybe some of you haven't seen it. Oh, we've lost our fourth person. Delightful. I need to drive this, actually. Yeah, I need to get one splatter with this, but usually that means 3, because the first one, they never count the first 1 or 2. Once I have 3 splatters, I'm good. Then I can just get my multi-kills, and I think it's cumulative square. Oh, Jesus, these stupid Marines. No! Grenade thing. I hate it when they do it. Oh, and now I can't splatter them because I'm too close. That's such stupid nonsense. Okay, 1 splatter. Oh, boost starts? Usually it's grapple. Which means I can't hijack the ghost. Where's the Warthog? The Warthog better not be destroyed. Fuck off. Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good, it's good. I just need to hit 2 more grunts with this and then I'm good. Actually, are there... There used to be not a revive, but a healing thing that would heal vehicles. Is this it? No. Okay. Ooh. Okay, 1. 2. Okay, good. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. They did a double boost there a few seconds ago. I don't know if you saw that. T? It happened again. Whee! I don't even need... Well, actually I do need to win this match. Never mind. My bad. But the sad thing about Infinite is that it's a game that plays so well. If you take out, you know, latency and, you know, hiccups with glitches and stuff. You gotta keep an eye on your peripheral vision. But yeah, the game plays really nicely. It feels nice to play, better than Halo 5 felt. Oh, dude. No. Fuck. And you know that means it wiped that challenge as well. Okay, so, well, I'm glad this is the last Infinite stream anyway. All that means is that we play the rest of the stream on Xbox One, which means dog shit. 30 frames and me playing worse than I already do. Holy fuck, that's frustrating. But what can you do? So I'm gonna boot up the Xbox and I'm gonna do the rest of the challenges on that. It's gonna make, I think the Xbox One, I don't know if there's Xbox One servers, but everything is more sluggish on Xbox One, so I'm gonna have to find some way of passing the time, I guess. Do I go into the rant? I don't know. I guess I should probably go into the rant because it's the only way I'm gonna pass time. The rant is about UFOs and ufology. I know I don't have the Xbox screen on yet. I'm just booting the thing up. But maybe I should get some tunes to go underneath this. I wonder if I would get done for if I played sound font of existing bands. Like, I'm not going to play any copyrighted music, but if it's sound font, like Nintendo 64 sound font or Super Mario 64 sound font of an existing game, would I be fine? My channel community strike doesn't expire until next week, so I'm really not tempted to try that. Anyway, we're gonna plow on through. I mean, listen, Morgan is an interesting fellow. Oh yeah, I have to talk about the UFO thing as well. But when it comes to Morgan's show, there's 2 seasons left, I believe, and it's, according to him, it's going to end the exact same way as RB season 8. So he's going to do Morgan's going to do 6 seasons in total, just 2 more after this one. And I don't think I did anything indecent by sharing the clip from the podcast where he told us how the show would end. Like, he said it himself. If he didn't want to leak it, then he wouldn't have said it. But, well, I guess it's not a leak if he said it on a public podcast. But I posted that clip on the channel last month. And he went out of he took the time to comment on the video saying, that's still the plan. So there really is no element of surprise with where his show's going to go. Although, I guess I could be wrong. There's a lot of unexpected things that have happened in the show already. I mean, Morgan is an unpredictable fellow, I should say. The good thing about playing Infinite on the Xbox One is that it can't just yeet on me. Oh. Would you look at who we got a message from? It's the Ant-Man. Which can mean only one thing. He's watching the stream. Now, do I open the message on stream? Or do I open the message on stream, or do I read it to myself first? Because we don't know what he wants. Does he want something good? Does he want something bad? I'm going to read it to myself first, in respect to the Ant-Man, because he would never divulge our DMs, all the dirty sexting that we do to each other. But don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. If the message is, whatever, I'll show it to you. I'm guessing it's something about the stream and how poorly we're doing. And just so you know, I'm not looking at the message yet. This is how slow it's taking. Oh, hi chat. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Flick. Thank you for supporting the stream. I hate to sing all the old messages. So the last time we messaged each other was 2024, and then I was going to say that the cat walked on the keyboard, but I'm guessing Flick walked on the keyboard. All right. See how long it takes us to boot up the game. But when it comes to Morgan's show, I was honestly of the belief that he was going to tap out and lose interest because he's not I wouldn't say, I'm not gonna say a creative guy or an artful guy, but he's not a guy that you would imagine would lend so much of his time to making a show. I thought that someone like him, and there he is in the chat. Why are you exposing my private messages? Oh, Flick, you are a character. The funny thing is that Flick doesn't do live streams, and Flick would undoubtedly get more of an audience than I would. And on that note, talking about Morgan, like, Flick took a break from his show, and Flick's show is objectively more it's interesting in a different way, but Morgan never really took a break. I mean, there's extended periods where he hasn't done episodes, but at the same time, Morgan never took his eye off the ball. So yeah, we're going to move from Morgan onto the topic of UFOs, and I guess it would kind of be fun to look at some UFO footage. I would love to look at the McPherson tapes, but I'm not sure if I would get hit by copyright for that because they are fictional. Are they based on real things? There's the McPherson tapes, which is like an alien abduction VHS film from the 90s and stuff, and there's two versions of it. And the two versions aren't like an extended cut or like a theatrical cut. It's like a recreation of the same thing. There's a season 4 of Morgan's show out, yeah. So Morgan released episode 2 of season 4 on Friday, and it's exactly what you'd expect, Flick. It's a pity that you're so busy doing oneself because I think your reactions to Morgan's show are brilliant, and I've said it 1,000 times before, and I'll say it 1,000 times after. Flick, you have not gotten to the crazy stuff yet. All the stuff that you've seen already has been the tame stuff. Oh no, it did count the kill, did it? It counted me running them over. Okay. All right. Well, it's a win match, so I might as well do another firefight. Firefights are easy. I won't lie. The video where Morgan talks about leaving his child at home actually made me tear up. Yeah. I think that's probably a fair... Like, Morgan is he's like myself. He's very monotone. He's very droll and dry, but he got a bit choked up towards the end of that video, and I can see why. In a lot of ways, I'm not going to say we've grown up with that house, but over the 6 years that we've watched Morgan's show, we've spent those 6 years inside that house, so it's very hard for us as the audience not to become attached to it, you know? I don't think any of RB and the Chief had a scene where RB and Chief have to leave a location. I guess a lot of people got emotional at the end of Season 7. I got emotional at the end of Season 7. Because we were saying goodbye to these characters, and then, that turned out to not be the case. But whenever you grow an attachment to something, fictional or otherwise, it's very hard to move away from it. One of my friends was actually moving out of their childhood home, and they didn't even live in it for their entire childhood. Like, they've only lived in it for the last 10 years or something, and they're around my age. And even moving out of that house was tough for them. My parents haven't moved out of the childhood home that I grew up in. So if they ever decide to downsize or to move and they sell my childhood home, that's going to be a rough one because we've we spent a we spent a couple of years in another house, but we never sold my childhood home. So to lose my childhood home would be like losing a relative, I think. And you know, despite Morgan's deranged nature, his house, the house that he used to live in, did look kind of comfy. It was that kind of classic suburban bungalow kind of aesthetic. And we never knew his house when he was young or whatever, but oh Jesus, I got jump scared by the music. Yeah, but I can imagine Morgan only ever knowing the house the way it was. So it is a bit depressing to see all the furniture torn out, to see the house now empty. Seeing any place that you're familiar with gutted and vacant is going to be a tough thing for someone to look at, you know. And also, I believe that that wasn't his parents' house, that was his grandmother's house, because he lived with his grandmother, I believe. I don't know if you Flick or anyone else watching has ever heard of Joe Pera. Joe Pera was a esteemed comedian who was on um, Adult Swim's payroll. He did a show called Joe Pera Talks, which was a very, very good show. And I haven't watched the whole show yet because it's really, really hard to get a hold of it in Europe. I don't want to torrent it, but Adult Swim doesn't have a lot of options for European audiences. But just saying that, there was a bit in his show about how he inherited his grandmother's house after she died, and I don't know if that was in the script or if that was based on real life, because a lot of that show is fictitious, right? Joe Pera plays a fictionalized version of himself. His legal name is Joe Pera, but in the show he plays a fictional Joe Pera, who's kind of like a school teacher. He's a guy in his early 30s who acts like he's in his 60s. Like he's a guy who's retiring at 30, you know? I think he's even doing that since he was in his 20s, even. And losing that sense of familiarity. It is kind of like turning a corner in adulthood. Losing your grandparents before you lose your actual parents, and losing the safety rails, or the training wheels. Learning that you have to go out into the world and do things on your own. It's the caveat of having that independence as an adult, right? You get to live in your own place, stay up as late as you like, eat whatever you want, but you'll forever miss having your parents around to share things with, or to, like, you might argue with them and stuff, but it's having, whenever you fight with your parents, usually it's because, you know, they're looking out for you, saying you have to eat, you know, right, or do your laundry. They're all looking out for you, and then you have to kind of realize you're on your own now. And even if you lose your parents, like a few of my friends have lost their parents fairly young, you can still go back to the house, unless it burnt down, or it's sold, you know, and you can go back to the house and go down memory lane and remember what things used to be like. But once the house is gone, all you have are memories, and I guess possessions as well, right? You have, I guess that's why it's a good thing we have cameras and stuff. And my family were fairly good for taking photos when I was young, but we also had audio cassettes where we would record ourselves talking as kids and stuff. So it's nice to listen to that stuff, because if you're familiar with whatever I do on the channel, you'll know that I'm fairly good at archiving stuff. And never mind the archive of my content or anyone else's, I'm fairly good at archiving this stuff in my own family as well. Like, our childhood memories and stuff are fairly well backed up. Although my dad did keep our video cassette in a musty shed, and if moisture gets to videotapes, that's pretty much it for them. So I had to fight hard to get the best quality I could on the tapes, and even then, I'd say we've lost 30 or 40% of that stuff just because of how poorly they were stored. But I wouldn't expect him to know. I was the guy who went into filmmaking and, you know, camera maintenance. He didn't. But yeah, it's... I do feel for Morgan in that sense, you know. His grandmother died, I believe, a year or two after I first met him. And he seemed, again, like when he was moving out of the house, for a guy who's fairly monotone, he seemed considerably upset by her passing. And as much as Morgan annoys me, and as much as I meme on him, I don't take any pleasure in someone losing someone close to them. No one deserves that. It's a natural part of life, but you know, you don't want that kind of thing to be expedited or sped up. I'd love to know if his grandmother influenced any part of the show, or if she inspired any of it. There's a lot of parts of the show that are very much rooted in not Morgan preserving his childhood, but maybe there is, you know. That pizza cushion, and that cushion that has Morgan's name, The Train, that looks like some old school stuff. That looks like something you'd have your gran knit for you in the 90s or something, you know. And he is a 90s kid from what I remember. He's only a couple of years younger than myself. And I don't know if his reluctance to use MCC or Infinite is him refusing to get the times and stuff, but you know, we look at I don't even want to say his name, but if you know, you know. There was a guy in the Discord who was obsessed with being a Halo Reach player and fighting hackers, and there is a video on my channel where we have a call with him, and I don't want to refer to him by name, and he has vicariously lived through his opinions on women. Say his name. Say his name. Jace Clifford. I would say he would be the last lol cow of the RB server. You know, Jace Clifford is his name. Which, you know, I don't want to plug his channel and stuff, but he has gone in a very wild direction. I was gonna say in the last few months, or the last few weeks. I was gonna say in the last few fucking days and hours. And it's not stuff I want to litigate on stream, because like I hate promoting that guy. He's a piece of shit. His women's on women defo influence the show. That's true. Morgan is absolutely not with the times, and BRB gonna go bully Clifford. But here's the thing. It's funny you say that, right? Obviously, I don't condone any bullying on this channel, on this stream. You cannot bully a stream. You can't bully a river. It's just a flow of just fucking inane bullshit. Someone, if you're bullying someone, they have an they'll say, stop bullying me, you're harassing me. They have an interpretation of what bullying means. I guess it's kind of like Morgan, where we can't bully Morgan, because Morgan just has no bearing on the shit he makes or the stuff he says. It's the same thing with Jace. Jace has no bearing. He thinks that if you harass him or cause him grief, he's trolling you. Now, you could call it a cope, but it's and the reason I don't really want to give Jace a pedestal is because he's pulling himself into. He managed to bully Power, and he had a hole in his head. Well, Nico, I'm gonna roast you to the moon. Yeah. I was gonna take you to the Combine Gulag. And then Flake cast me on oneself. But you look at certain people, not necessarily lol cows, but you look at horror cows or something, and you see how badly fucking society has failed them. And some parts of me feel bad for Jace, some parts of me don't feel bad at all. And keep in mind, I've been fucked with many times on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, whatever. Don't feel sorry for me. If someone is fucking with me, there's a good chance I deserved it, or I did something to deserve that. When you consider the amount of grief I've given people online, I deserve it probably more than anybody. So I don't ask for people's grief and stuff. I just mind my business, and that's, I guess, what anybody should do is just mind their business. But there's something to be said about documenting interesting characters online, not harassing them, but when people make interesting content, oh my goodness. So, on the topic of Morgan, yeah, his views on women definitely influence the show, and that's reflected in the bingo card, where you get women with surface level dialogue and are just there to be oogled over or used as blunt objects to, like, I'm not trying to get too fucking woke with this or feminazi, but like, Christ, there's women characters in Morgan's show and they serve no purpose other than to be assaulted as a means of hurting a main character, one of the male characters, which is kind of fucked, right? Based Morgan. Cause like it's no, it's not my opinion, it's not my place to talk about his politics or whatever, because like we haven't really got into politics that much, but I've had calls with Morgan and he doesn't really have any controversial takes and stuff, but you know that kind of graph you have in terms of your political alignment, and then usually that's indicative about where you feel on certain things. Morgan's political thing, where he seems to be aligned on, is completely not aligned with like his beliefs on personal things. It's very confusing. He can't be even in the same relative politics as me. I don't want. It's not my place to talk about it, but I was very confused when I heard him like go after ex-political figures and then give a set of beliefs that is very much in line with said political figure. But then again, it's like, you know, I can't necessarily tolerate most of the people who believe the same things as I do, so, you know. Welcome to the politics stream, everybody. But moving past Morgan, I mean, I wish him well. I hope he makes the next 2 seasons. If he's made it as far as season 4, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't go to 5 and 6, barring any kind of unforeseen events, which, you know, I hope nothing happens to him. I hope no evil befalls him. I hope he is healthy and lives a long life. That sounded insanely fucking dark. But, like, I just hope he's able to finish the show, unless, you know, he ever decides better on it and decides, you know, he wants to move on. It would be kind of sad if he moved on, honestly, because, you know, where are we going to find a new Morgan to watch, right? Where are we going to... Now, there's probably more Morgans out there. You keep in mind, you know, we had oneself for a while. We had, what was it, D27 Shigu. Now, D27 Shigu has completely given up on making content, and that's fine. I respect their choice to do so. But you saw there earlier on, after we finished Morgan's episode, there were more machinima, and there's plenty of people making machinima now. Now, I don't really like going around arbitrating, or not arbitrating, but handing out critiques on people's machinima, because who am I to do that? But the exceptional cases, I think, should be spotlighted, you know? I don't think my machinimas that exceptional. But no one's really giving time to mine, because I guess mine kind of blends into the crowd a little bit. The people who know what I'm referencing, or the communities that I'm a part of, I think probably have more investment in it than the average Machinima watcher, I guess. Although I try my best to give something interesting to watch. Jeez. It's not hard to write stuff, not gonna lie. It's hard to write stuff. I've been working on a script for something and it's pretty difficult to get it properly started. Can I like ask about the script, or is it personal? Without a basic outline anyway, and I'm not sure Morgan's work has much writing past the basic outline. You're giving him too much credit. You're assuming he has an outline. And I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm not trying to be silly. I unironically think that there is no outline there. I think that he is just writing it as he goes. You know it when you see it. I should not have been so careless there, because I need a win. I very much need a win on this match. And I don't want to be unfair to Morgan. Because if I say something like he's not that interesting of a case study, that sounds like I'm trying to hurt his feelings. But his stuff isn't crazy. It's crazy in context. When you consider what we're used to watching in Machinima, the stuff he's writing is a little bit out there. Especially when it doesn't have that veil of self-awareness that you would imagine most people in their 30s to have. Level up? Damn. It's gonna take me a while to level up, I think. More bar fight. Yeah. Oh god, it's gonna take me ages. It's a video essay on a genre that I'm working on, trying to explain it to people who are new to the genre, but espouse themselves as expert. Might just do a game review or a game mod review before. Yeah. Whatever you need to do, I guess, to get into it. I wanted to do video essays for the longest time, but I had this naive idea that they would take less time to do than my normal videos, and not to discredit how long anybody else takes to do them, but that was sadly not the case for me. They would need as much time as any of my other videos if I was to do them correctly. And I don't know if Celtic Corn is still here, but he'll tell you I am a perfectionist. I mean, the prom night video, that was in the oven for, I would say, an extra 2 or 3 months. Purely because I wanted to be perfect, and I had it ready. I had a version of it ready, I think, by the end of June, I believe. And I showed it to Celtic. And, you know, Celtic is a very supportive guy. He said, oh yeah, great job, or whatever. And I watched it back and I realized this is so boring. And it was so boring to the point where I wouldn't even show it to ye as, you know, a kind of a there and now thing. Like, you know the way on Inside Oneself, I'll show you the primitive animation, like how they do in Hollywood movies, where it's like the basic animatic and then we'll go to like the pass-throughs of the finished version. The version of Prom Night, the initial version, had half the animation. So it's just the same thing but less. And yeah, it was bad. Morgan's work always felt like he stacked outlines of things sequentially and forgot how to add proper connector sections because he aped the outlines from someone else. Well, yeah, I mean, we know who he's aping from. And it's one of the reasons why I find Morgan so fascinating is because he's not, I said this about Flick for a long time as a joke. Because with Flick, I was trying to be facetious. I was trying to be hurtful because I'd liked fucking with Flick. But me and Flick are past that now as collaborators. Morgan isn't bound by like the concepts of quality or if something is interesting. He's not. He, fuck, it's hard to say, but so many people. People will tell you you should only make content for yourself. Fine. But Morgan, it feels like Morgan is literally just making content for himself because he's not. There's no filter as to whether or not this is watchable or does this make sense. He's just throwing scenes together. And in his mind it makes sense and that's good enough for him. And I guess you have to respect his ability to not be bound by the opinions of others. There is a strength in that. There is something admirable about that. The fact that he's not bothered by what other people think. Why is there no wasp here? The other side of it is that he's making a show that makes zero fucking sense. I guess, you know, we talk about The Room. We talk about Birdemic. What are other movies like that? Neil Breen. We'll get to Neil Breen next week, I hope. You know, we talk about directors who have no ability to regulate themselves or interpret their own work, and I was going to say it's beautiful, but it is. There's a beauty in people just not worrying about what other people make of them and just making what their heart desires. That's cool. The truth of the matter is, would Morgan be as fun to watch if he just suddenly got his shit together tomorrow? Probably not, right? Why are none of those hits landing? Two hammers. Would we want Morgan's show to start making sense? Probably no. That's just the reality of it. You know, when it comes to Flick, a lot of Flick stuff makes no sense. But Flick is such an interesting case study because Flick does know better in a lot of cases, but in a lot of cases he doesn't. Because some of oneself's most iconic moments were things that Flick was honestly trying to make something and it didn't land and it was so confusing to the point that it was funny. That's not Flick being bad. That's not saying Flick's not a good filmmaker, but Flick has grown and matured to the point where he's found a way of regulating that and taking his foot on and off the gas. The thing that I always say to people who are new to Flick is that Flick is probably the most clever person making machinima because he knows how he's perceived by people and he knows how to play into it, but then he also knows when to cut it out. Because if you think of someone like Dax Flame, the whole veneer or whatever of Dax Flame is people not knowing if Dax Flame is a character or not. And a lot of people feel that way about Flick. And no one could ever tell you for certain where it starts and when it stops. The correct answer about how to interpret Flick's content the correct way, like the right way to digest Flick is just to enjoy him. Just enjoy like talking to him, enjoy listening to him. Stop trying to take everything apart, because the moment you do that, you are forfeiting your ability to. You have to remove objectivity. When you focus on the subjectivity of Flick, you enjoy him more. The editing in episode 3 of the Battle of the Halo was one of the funniest moments. Yeah. And it's not punching down on Flick. Flick is in many ways a genius. You know, in terms of like, even if he unintentionally does it, there's a lot of parts of oneself that ridicule just how stupid Halo Machinima is as a medium, you know. But then there's parts where you will see, in the face of content that's a little bit ridiculous to watch, Blick still pushes the story through it. There's a lot of heart in oneself. And, you know, if you watch, what is it, Scrubs. Scrubs is a very silly show. Very cartoonish, very ridiculous. But it'll grab you by the heartstrings sometimes. It'll catch you off guard. Now, if you're paying close attention, it shouldn't catch you off guard, because this show has very subtle cues about when it's trying to set something up, you know? Like when JD left. I don't know if there was an episode when Laverne died or if Laverne left the hospital. I haven't even watched all of Scrubs. But I think Flick has that down. Because there's no other Halo Machinima that's ever done that, you know? Most Machinimas are just aping off Red versus Blue. Regardless of my critiques. Flick made a show and I didn't. Yeah? Regardless of my critiques. Dr. Cox, my goat. Laverne dies, yes. Oh, spoilers for me. If you take out how slowly Flick uploads episodes of oneself, I don't think there's any confusion about trusting Flick about the direction that he takes the content in, because I haven't watched all the Scrubs, so this is going to be really, really cringe. But it's Irish coded content. When Scrubs was coming out when I was a kid, it would be on in Ireland. Flick is a genius, derelict. This needs to go on trailer. Don't. You better not tell Flick I said that, you fucker. But when I was young, oh, what was it? So I'd get back from school at maybe 4:30 in the afternoon, and you know, maybe you'd watch TV, maybe you'd, I don't know. You would do everything. Yeah, the janitor was great. But you'd get back from school and you'd do everything but homework. And at I think at 5 o'clock you'd have like a magazine show directed at preteens. Ooh, cool! Like I could show you some of it later on the stream, because it's funny stuff to look at now. Like if you remember the Y2K aesthetics. Then I put a penny in the door. Penny in the door. But what I'm saying is that yeah. So at 5:30 you'd have a show called Neighbours come on, which was an Australian soap opera, and not everyone, but many young people my age would watch it for one reason, which was, come 6 p.m. you had an episode of Simpsons. Come on. And Simpsons obviously was the show to watch. I'm sure if Auntie Warris was here, he would weigh in, because he's the only Aussie that we really have. Yeah, so Neighbours would end at 6, and then you have the episode of Simpsons. And then after Simpsons, you'd have Home and Away, which I think I referenced on one of the cold opens, the one with all the parodies of the films and stuff. The one with Auntie, you know, a land down over or something. I did a reference to Alf Stewart, and then so that would take you up to, so after the Simpsons would be over at like 6:30. Then from 6:30 to 7 p.m. you would have Home and Away, and then after Home and Away, sometimes, not all the time, you'd have a second episode of Simpsons. But on Mondays, when I was in primary, but at least definitely secondary school, after at 7:30 after home and away. Sorry, no. At 7. Yeah, the home and away would go from 6:30 to 7. On a Monday, you'd have an episode of Scrubs. And I remember the news would be on, and my dad would get back from work, and we only had one TV. So he'd be like, nope, don't care what you're watching, I'm watching the news. And yeah, he'd just take over the TV, and I never got to watch Scrubs. And I remember one time he'd be like, what do you want to watch instead? He's like, you're just watching stupid stuff. And I was like, if I knew then what I knew now, I would just say, yeah, I'm a fucking child, of course I'm going to watch stupid stuff. Why? What child watches the news? So yeah, I never got to watch Scrubs because it was on when my dad came back from work, and he would never let us watch any fun stuff. But you know, and you know what the thing is now, I'm sure Scrubs is a good show, but when I watch clips of Scrubs now, I just think, ugh, it's not that it's aged poorly, I think I've aged poorly. I think I've aged poorly because when I look at the jokes in Scrubs now, I just feel like I'm kind of past it. Oh yeah, Brendan Fraser was in Scrubs, I forgot. I remember, again, like I've watched so few actual episodes of the show. Oh hey bros Nick, how do it? We're talking Scrubs. The most show ever. And I saw that they're bringing it back with most of the original cast, like, where's JD again? His name is there. Sarah Chalke or something plays Elliot. The guy who plays Turk is coming back. His wife, or the Turk's wife is coming back. Dr. Cox is coming back. And then they have a bunch of younger characters because I guess you gotta do that. Did Scrubs ever do a joke at the expense of Grey's Anatomy? Because they absolutely should have. Grey's Anatomy is such a fucking terrible show. And the thing is, Grey's Anatomy would always used to be Richard Sitter. Yeah. Grey's Anatomy used to be on at a better time slot for me to watch, and it's like I have no interest in watching any of that. Some Scrubs jokes have aged poorly, but a lot of it aged exceptionally well. Most of Jordan Dr. Cox lines are still funny. Yeah. It's like when I mean aged poorly, when I say aged poorly, I don't mean like it's offensive or something. It's just like it's not something that I'm finding funny now, you know. Okay. 3 more to go. Even cracked a few about House in the later. Oh, see, well, yeah. That's tasteful, doing some House jokes. House is also a show I never watched. I don't think it played on Irish TV, but I've watched some clips of it online, and I mean, that show looks fantastic. Okay. See, I have to win 1 more match and then do 7 more. So you would think that I would do Firefight, but I'd like to think that in 7 matches there'll be 1 win in there, you know. So we're going to do 7 Husky raids. Age has aged phenomenally. Yeah, it has. Some part of me doesn't want to watch House because the meme status of it is kind of great. I mean, Family Guy had a good gag about House until it just became a Roadhouse gag, you know. The meme status of having an arrogant doctor who just instantly know what someone's wrong, like what's wrong with someone, and being able to break the rules is so funny. But that's why I didn't watch Scrubs, is because the timing was never right. And I did have friends and cousins who had, I think, the DVD seasons and stuff when I was younger, but we just, I don't know, never really binged anything when I was younger. It just was what it was, I suppose. How did we get on Scrubs? Were we talking about Morgan or something and that led us to Scrubs? I don't remember for the life of me how we got started on Scrubs. But yeah, the episodes with Brendan Fraser, like Brendan Fraser is very good at tugging on the heartstrings. For a long time I found him very cringe. I just found that he overacted a lot. And I don't entirely feel differently now. But for the likes of The Whale, it was probably because when he's buried in that fat suit, he needs to emote as much as he possibly can, and it's Aronofsky who did that, right? The Whale, Darren Aronofsky. Yeah, he's done a movie entirely in AI now. I don't know if you've seen this. I feel like Conan O'Brien. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? I'll show you now. Oh, it's the first thing I type in. Yeah. Get a load of this shit. Oh, crap. It's not showing up. Crap. I mean, you can hear it.
To begin the world over again.
I'll have to bring it up when I'm not playing a match. Scrubs is my comparison to Flick. Oh yeah, how he like tugs on the heartstrings and stuff. Yeah, okay, sure, yeah. Like, I wasn't bawling my eyes out or upset when Commander Chef died, but I felt it. I was like, oh shit, like, because Flick did draw out that scene for all the drama that it was. Like, Flick milked that scene for all the drama that there was to get in that, the slow-mo and everything. Like, fair play to Flick for... Why is this guy fucking around? Just cap the flag. Any non-Doctor shows I liked that these sites have. Just torrent it. Yeah, yeah. I don't think he has ever seen a show with more English dialogue. Yeah, so... shows, non-medical shows. I mean, I like Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul is good. My feed is full of Game of Thrones clips now because I watched Game of Thrones fairly late in life. Like, I watched it right after season 6 ended. And so I watched season 7 and 8 as they came out. I was in Canada when season 7 came out. Sorry, 7 and 8. Sorry, I watched season 7 and 8 as they released, and well, that's the win got. I haven't watched House of the Dragon or A Night of the Seven Kingdoms yet. Night of the Seven Kingdoms looks really good. Scrubs was we were talking about Flick and how it got into Scrubs. I always thought Brendan Fraser overacting was in character, but I might feel differently if I watch some of his old movies. Well, like for The Mummy. If you look at the first Mummy movie, there's bits where his overacting is exactly what is required for the scene, you know? It's very appropriate acting. So we can just do Husky Raid for the rest of the evening now. Yeah, Brendan Fraser's acting, like I feel like it is overacting, but if it's used properly, then is there even any point complaining about it? I'm gonna see if I can pull up that AI thing now. Okay. There we go. That ought to do it. Let's make this a little bit... There. Well, no. Not by my big skull. Okay. That should do it. And let's look at that Aronofsky thing now. Content creators influencing me time to play Infinite. Yeah, so I will put up that Aronofsky thing now. Hopefully the match doesn't start by the time. On this day, 1776. So there's some American history meme. I don't know my American history that well. Please forgive me. So this is all AI. All AI.
Too many still unsure of why we fight. We had
And you know what? It looks like it's all AI as well.
world over again.
There is no way but forward. We are now the troops of the United Colonies of North America. For the purpose of establishing an...
Now, the thing that I'm curious about... Oh, the music is still playing, isn't it? The thing that I'm most curious about is if it's been voice acted or if the voice acting is AI as well. Because if AI can navigate itself around actual voice lines, then that's a considerable thing to do, you know?
independent empire. Who are you?
Let's not surrender.
Oh. Oh, it was done for Time Magazine. It says available now. So is the full thing already on YouTube? Flag. But these are short videos. Is the full thing not here? It's SAG voice work. If I recall, as far as I... Alright. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even have that many views. I thought it had the millions. People on Twitter were mouthing off about this. I mean, I don't know why. I'm not entirely sure why Real Rejects are upset about this. Like, their whole shtick is like doing soy faces and, like, you know, mid reactions to content. I mean, that's what I do for Morgan's stuff, but like, I'm not trying to make clickbait faces with my face, you know. Anyway, let's get her done with this match. Brendan Fraser has that new, is it Rental Family or something movie coming out? I think it's in the cinema here anyway. He's like a guy in Japan that people pay to be a family member or something. That might be worth looking at because there's not a lot of films in the theater that I'm interested in seeing right now. And it's, you know, I want to be excited for things in the cinema. I want to look forward to seeing movies. I'm gonna see the next Avengers, but I don't want that to be the only thing that I'm looking forward to seeing, right? Got him. Yoink. Definitely a dry movie season. Last summer into early fall was really good. After that sucked. Yeah, people are talking about how it's a good time for horror right now. There's a lot of good horrors coming out, but I feel myself less interested in horrors as time goes by. And it's kind of shameful, but I'm not even going to cinema to see films that my friends are working on, you know? Because a few of my friends will have like a show, not a show that they made, but a show coming out on Netflix or something, like, oh yeah, I worked on it. I'll say, oh, I gotta watch it, and then I just never get around to it. I also liked when Michael J. Fox was in Scrubs episode. He was Dr. Cox's rival. Ah, I think I remember that one. That rings a bell. I don't have to win any of these matches, by the way. I just need to complete them. And I would love to do it in the next hour. But I got other shit that I gotta do. Not to say that nobody else, like, other stuff to do on stream. Yeah, they had some good guest stars on Scrubs. Like, a hospital is such a good location for a situational comedy, you know? Nice. I mean, we failed miserably, but it's nice to get a match done quickly. That and you think of locations that are great places to have comedies, police stations, like Police Academy are some of my favorite movies. I love those movies. I love the airplane films, and it's interesting to me that they did that reboot of The Naked Gun with Liam Neeson, because you would think, oh, are they going to go after oh, are they going to do Airplane after that? And there seems to be no desire to do that, which is fair, you know. I would have loved to have seen that become a trilogy, but you know, if Leslie Nielsen is dead, you know, is there even any point attempting it? I think if I get this last challenge, oh no, there's 2 more challenges, so I have to do 8 matches, and then after that I have to get a cumulative point thing of 5,000. Once those 2 are done, I should be on level 99. You can see all the other operations that have been there. Done them all. Going back to the launch of Halo Infinite. Oh, you can see all the previous rewards as well. Damn. All these cores that were made free afterwards. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I want to launch into my rant. I was gonna wait until afterwards, but I want to get into the rant now because I'm mad. I want to talk about UFOs, specifically how the topic of UFOs is now being handled by people in the community. Now, I've never been in the UFO community, but when I was a kid, I used to get books on UFOs and stuff. I thought it was an interesting topic to discuss. You know, what do you know? Is there intelligent life out there? What might they look like? You know, what are you know? We're carbon based. Are they going to be water based? Are they going to be hydrogen based or whatever? And now it seems like we have to deal with idiots forcing a conspiracy theory. And I'm gonna have to fight hard to not make this political, but when it comes to things like vaccines and stuff, right? And I'm not going to push my take on vaccines on you, but you see how people navigate the topic of vaccines, where one side is going to blindly believe anything that they're told by the health administrations and the government, and then another side is going to stick their fingers in their ears and not listen to any health administration and just say that everything is lead poisoning or everything is designed to kill you and that you can't trust any doctor. Like, the two opposite ends of it are equally as arrogant and ignorant. You can't talk to fucking UFO people anymore because they'll show you a piece of footage of a drone, and it is a drone flying above a football field, and they'll go, look, confirmation that it's happening soon, and then you'll tell them it's a drone, and they'll say that you're either blind or that you're bought and paid for by them, that you're part of the conspiracy, and then it always goes into it's a cover-up. You're part of the conspiracy. You don't see, and then it becomes like an anti-fucking government meme, and it goes off the topic of aliens whatsoever. And it's so fucking tiring to listen to, because UFO people were always kind of dumb, but when I was young, the topic used to be fun, because you used to be able to like I'd go to my friend's house and we'd stay up late and we'd look at paranormal stuff together. We'd look at ghost footage together. We'd look at footage of aliens together. We'd look at anything and anywhere in between the two. But now, whenever you see people online talk about UFOs, it's people forcing the idea on top of you that not only are aliens real, but they've not only visited us, but they live among us, and they run the government, or they're supplying the military or whatever. And gang stalk victims are ideal UFO people, yeah, because you can't talk to them. And there used to be a meme that I wanted to do for a while with my friends, where we would, if people asked us what our jobs were, we'd say we're professional gang stalkers. But I thought better on it for one of two reasons. One, it's probably not a fair thing to do, because gang stalking people are probably legitimately fucked in the head, and they don't need help to be more fucked in the head. But also, it's like, what's the end game of that? How does that joke end? Does it end with any kind of anything legitimately funny? Probably not. And like, see, here's the thing. I'm a sci-fi fan. I like science fiction, so you can't really be mad at someone who likes Halo or Star Wars or Star Trek being into the idea of there being other life out there in the universe. Of course, we're going to bite for that. It's the crux about all science fiction, if it's not involving robots or cyborgs or something, And I would just... It's like, do you remember when we used to talk about the Fermi paradox and, why haven't we found anyone yet? Now the discussion has to be, but we have found people, but they're covering it up. There's no discussion there, because now I have to convince someone. Now I have to essentially prove to somebody that the Earth is round, and that's not fun in the slightest. Well, when we used to talk about the Fermi paradox, we would talk about stuff, the Goldilocks zone, as they say, right? But there's no Goldilocks zone in this topic even. It's just people yammering to themselves and telling themselves they're right. And the funny thing is, like, if you find people... How should I say this? If you're someone who... If you ever find an enclave or a group of people who believe in that nonsense, you have no way of convincing them otherwise, and the more time you spend around them, like, if you see them talking amongst each other, it's like they're singing a song in rounds, where someone will say, oh yeah, Roswell was a conspiracy for human experimentation, and then someone next to them will add on to it saying, yeah, and then they killed the babies as well, and then another person will say, yeah, and it was actually part of Bohemian Grove. And chances are that they don't believe what the next person is saying, but so long as the other person isn't disputing what they're saying, they're just going to keep going and going and pushing farther and farther. Grunge things became normie, and the fringe people became more fringe as a result of feeling validated. Yeah. And it's just, I don't like, if there's a bunch of conspiracies that have turned out to be true, there's a bunch of stuff out there that is real and frightening, but you don't need to make up shit for it to matter. But I understand that some people just very desperately want to belong to a group, and I understand that. I can empathize with that. That's a very real thing. And like with any other political thing, the internet has allowed these people to fortify themselves inside these collectives where they don't need to listen to what's being said. They can just scream nonsense to themselves and be happy. And I hope that makes you happy. You know, it's just ruined the topic for me. You know, I'd be lying if I said Halo was fun to talk about now. You know, every month or so, someone brings up the Forerunners are human thing. And I'm well versed in that topic. I know exactly where that comes from, and I know exactly what it means. I know that humans were originally meant to be the Forerunners in Halo. But the fact is that's no longer the case, because 343 decided to go in a different direction. I'm not saying it's better or worse, it's just the reality is that people say Forerunners are humans. Forerunners were human, but they're not now. Pizzagate basically got proven this week. I saw that. And that actually brings us full circle to what I'm talking about now, because I saw people posting the other day, and that's fucked, because we were so certain that the Pizzagate thing was just like a conspiracy theory by crackpots, and now I'm like, oh. But like, it's not that it makes sense that it's real, or it wouldn't make sense if it was real, but like that whole, you know, the way people would call, say, CP stands for cheese pizza. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but I always figured that association with CP with cheese pizza, I always assumed that came from somewhere, right? But people were saying there that because of the 3 million files or something that drops, that, you know, the president is going to announce, basically confirm the existence of aliens. But like, how do you know that's not another deflection from the files, you know? That's not me giving my political 2 cents, by the way. I'm just saying that, like, I'm so fatigued with the story about aliens and, you know, their existence and stuff, because at the end of the day, it's like, I wouldn't even believe the government if they said it. I would only ever believe it if I saw it for myself. It's the only way I can sensibly go through the world now. It's just, did I see some shit for myself? No? Okay, well, rip. And in fairness, like, my take on alien life is extremely black-pilled and bleak, because I don't think we will ever get confirmation of alien life, because when you consider the scale of the universe, how far away everything is, and how everything is getting farther away, like, all the stars that we're looking at now that are likely candidates for alien life we're looking at them from centuries ago. Yoink. So those stars are essentially dead. And even if you were to develop faster than light travel, you would have to consistently get faster water. There was definitely something about people in Pizzagate saying, throwing nonsense out to muddy the water. Yeah, that's fair. You know, that you should only expect that to happen. Not that it's a good thing, but like that, if someone was part of, you know, what Epstein was doing, it would make sense for someone to try and create some zany nonsense just to discredit people. Also, on that note, like, I was watching Danknet's video on Bob Lazar again. I watched it ages ago. And you should watch it if you haven't, because it completely takes apart Bob Lazar's stories about Area 51. But people were going back to, like, if Bob Lazar was the guy, and he was actually breaking the story about Area 51, why would the government not go out of their way to either make him look crazy or just kill him? And there is no compelling answer for that question. But yeah, so if you had faster than light travel, you couldn't keep it at one spot. You'd have to constantly make it faster and faster and faster because everything's getting farther apart. So I don't think we'll ever. I mean, we might get confirmation maybe, if something came back in space. But if you've ever seen that movie, if you've ever seen that movie, Don't Look Up, by Adam McKay, the one where there's a comet threatening the Earth, you'll know that if there was an actual confirmation of aliens and stuff, you would never believe it or you'd never have every human on board getting on board because half of them would be saying that it's a hoax or that it's somehow some kind of false flag operation by one political party or another, you know. Too many people, like the internet has rotted far too many people's brains to a point where they are, like, being skeptical of everything is not innately bad, but being distrustful of everything probably is not a good thing. Alright, these guys need one more cap. Whenever a player's standing still, it usually means that they're typing and they're going to put some furious stuff in the chat. Like the game chat, not the YouTube chat. What's his name? Spielberg is doing a new movie about, I think it's called Disclosure Day, which is like, you know, the day that aliens are confirmed or whatever. I don't know what that movie is going to get. That Close Encounters. Is it Close Encounters of the Third Kind? That's the one that he made on aliens already. The trailer didn't wow me. I used to like Emily Blunt a lot. I think I'm just kind of done with her now. She's not a bad actress, it's just I think I've seen everything that she can probably do. I'm just not interested in seeing her in anything anymore. Ooh! Yeah! See that shit? Whoops. I think a lot of people desperately want there to be confirmation of aliens, but the thing is, once that happens, we're never going back to the way it was before. You know? And I think, who was it? There was someone from the bank. It was one of the big British banks said last week or something that we're not ready for confirmation of aliens because it would result in the collapse of the financial system on the Earth or something would collapse. I don't know what it would have to do with money, but I think that humans would have a really hard time wrestling with the news that aliens... Because right now, like, we don't know that aliens exist, but we don't know that they don't. It's a really nice place to be in, because our understanding of everything changes once we know that we're not alone. Then again, like, they might find microbial life on Mars. The internet has definitely gotten more bipolar over the years, for sure. And if they find, you know, like, not intelligent life, but, you know, tiny life, bacterial life on Mars, I don't think people are going to innately distrust that. That seems like he'd be like, okay, yeah, fine. But if they found intelligent life, I think people are going to start disputing it. Oh, can I just cap the flag already? Thank you. Oh, I think I faced that team before. I think that was the team we faced off in a previous match. Okay, 3 more. Yeah, so, you know, the topic of aliens has become very dreary and boring for me. There's nothing more to be said about it. You could say the same thing about ghosts, but the topic of aliens exists almost independently of your, should I say, your beliefs, because you can almost boil it down to a scientific debate, which is, well, what's the likelihood of there being life otherwhere in the universe, right? And how many places in the universe have we explored? Very, very little, right? When it comes to ghosts and stuff, it's like, I think we know quite a bit about death. There's probably no way back, in fairness. It's very cut and dried. There was I had an idea for a series I wanted to do on the channel where I would go into Facebook groups and create fake ghost images with orbs and stuff just to fuck with people. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized it's probably a cruel thing to do, because you're just hassling middle-aged soccer moms or whatever who have lost a husband or maybe lost a child and are just looking for any kind of, or maybe lost a parent and looking for any evidence that there's something beyond, something to latch hope to, and it's probably not a fair thing to do. It's not an easy, you know. I think I was trying to find a niche so badly that, you know, I was willing to hurt people, I guess. Because that's a kind of a cringe thing to do, just to use paranormal stuff just to get a rise out of people. I mean, I told myself for a while that the thing would be to prove to people how easy it is to fake, but I don't think I had people's best interests in mind. I think I was just trying to get a easy laugh or make easy content. It's not a nice thing to do. You shouldn't do that. Is nobody capping the flag? I hate those matches that just go on for way too long. You slash me all you want, but you're not gonna stop the guy from capping. No cap. We're the wiener. Dude, cap it. Dude, cap it. Thank you. I don't care about wins, I just don't want to be doing this for longer than I have to. And the thing is, even after this, I'm still gonna have to do the 5k challenge thing. I was going to do a series of rants, which sounds kind of cringe, and it is. And the UFO was going to be the first one, but I think I got that out of my system now. There's no point talking about the state of social media, you know, TikToks and stuff, because you'd be falling on deaf ears. You'd be saying the same thing that literally everybody else has ever said. I think I was talking about projects earlier, and when it comes to something like the guide, I'm just trying to clear stuff from my slate, I guess you could say. I'm just trying to get stuff out of my way so I can get back to work on the stuff that I want to do. And there's, like I said, there's a big IRL project that's going to have to take priority over the week of, over the month of February. It's kind of out of my hands. Just trust me when I say that, you know, I gotta do it. But the moment I'm free, we'll be back to work on a guide. I hate having to do this, but it just is what it is. What else is there to talk about? Oh, actually, very, very important thing. Do I have that right desktop there? We have to talk about what the future streams are going to be. I don't know why I didn't talk about this before. Alright. So, next week we're going to cover Neil Breen. I've I've reacted to one of his films before. I think I Am Here Now or something. Yoink. Oh. And I want to... I'm only comfortable reacting to the films that are on YouTube in full because they're the ones that seem least likely to get me in trouble with copyright. No, he's... thing doesn't use a grapple. Also, there's a poll on my community tabs page. Please vote on that if you can, because I have a fairly good idea about which of the two big projects I'm going to do after the guide, but I would love to get some feedback on it if possible. That one hurt. Checking in, how's it going? It's going good. I'm almost done. I think I'm coming up on tier 99. And then after that, I think I'll just have to do those, is it earned 5,000 score or something? That'll push me over the edge, I think. There's going to be, once I get tier 100, I'm going to do a bit of Animal Crossing because I have to do my, every 3 days, you know, I have to do all the fruit and stuff and sell it. I'm trying to pay off all 4 of my houses at once and it's going very well. Oh. Cool. One more match and without the challenge I would get to tier 99, so probably get to 100 fairly lively. The Animal Crossing fruit selling usually takes like an hour and a half. Plenty to talk about. My store closes, I think, in an hour or so's time. So hopefully I'll get all the fruits sold in that time. Oh, sorry. So we have to look at the upcoming streams. So next week we're gonna go over some cringe. So some cringe content, be it Neil Breen, be it some. There's some like music cringe, like bands and stuff, that you guys probably haven't heard of. I don't think it'll get me in hot water in terms of copyright because it's so bad. It's old classic videos that I watched when I was younger that I love, so hopefully you'll get a kick out of that. Oh, and there's a guy who makes like kind of not cringe, but funny bad fan films, so we're gonna get to those as well. We're not gonna get like, I don't want to make fun of any kids making films because that seems a bit poor taste, but grown people, absolutely fair game in my opinion. After that, the week after next, we have our second building stream. So we did the first building stream around Easter time last year, I believe, where I built some Lego sets. I still have, I think, one more Mega Construct set that I haven't gotten to, so we're going to do that. We'll talk about some of the developments in Lego, like the collectible minifigure Tahoe thing. Very, very big news in the Bionicle scene, guys. I don't know if you heard. After... also, we'll look at the Animal Crossing Lego stuff, I guess, because we won't have time for that tonight. The week after that, this one here, will be a Blender stream. I haven't done a Blender stream in a while. Blender streams aren't overly interesting. They're not overly popular with my audience, but I think they're educational. Or at least, you know, you might learn something, because I'm always trying to get people to pick up Blender. I think it's a very useful tool to use. I don't think there's a single person doing machinima who would benefit from learning it. I think it's just an objectively good thing to use. And I want to complete that Arby Bowl mural, you know, for the like the series finale or whatever. Because I've been putting that off for a while, and I think the only way I'm going to get it done is if I chip away at it on stream. That's just my personal take on it. I don't know if I'll get that done in the one stream, but the one thing I would say about my streams, though, is that they're subject to change. I don't usually change the theme of a stream at the last minute, but you've seen with today, I was all locked in to just grind out this Halo stuff, and sure enough, like, we got Morgan shadow dropping a new episode out of nowhere, which is what shadow dropping means. And we gave that almost an hour. For an 18-minute episode, we gave that almost an hour. So, again, if Morgan drops another episode, that is going to take priority, because however could it not? You know? He's our boy. He's the chosen one. He should get all the priority. It would be a disservice to not do that. And if something crazy happens, it's very rarely happened that something insane has come up where we would have to postpone. Sometimes what'll happen is I'll get an idea, and if I get a great idea for a stream, then yeah, I will put everything else on hold. But I spent a lot of time over the holidays. Whoa. Oh, that's an AI, never mind. I was wondering, why would someone leave as they're winning? But if I get an insane idea or something, a really funny idea for a stream, I'll make allowances and make changes based on that. This guy needs cover. Ooh. Rockets. After the Blender stream is movie night. I got more kind of cringe cinema stuff that are much more in the vein of, I would say, traditional films. So we're just gonna watch those together. That'll be fun. I haven't watched all of them, but I've pre-watched just to see if there's something interesting going on there. I believe that there is. I think there's a lot of interesting things to talk about, so we're gonna look at those together. There's at least 3 movies in there. Yeah, 3 movies, I think. After that is a considerably lazy stream, because I gotta take a break for a little bit. I won't be gone for too long, but yeah, that'll be a good stream to catch up on any, I would say, videos that have been uploaded. Like I'm gonna leave that open to look at videos that maybe people want me to check out. A new episode of something. Now it's very unlikely Morgan's gonna have a new episode out by then, but let's, on the off chance that he does, you know. Stream after that is going to be, I think, 2 weeks later, and it's going to be a 2016 stream, because for some reason everybody's going on about 2016 and how great it was. So if it was that great, we're gonna go down memory lane, see what was happening in 2016, what games were coming out, what movies we had, have a nice old nostalgia stream. You know what? We used to have those in the early days of this channel. Like, well, when I first started streaming, we do nostalgia streams. So we're gonna do a 2016 stream. That'll be fun, I think. Lots of fun stuff planned for that, I think. After that is the Easter stream, where we're just going to do a hunt for Easter eggs. I think it's a cute idea. So we're just going to hunt for all the Easter eggs, I guess, chiefly in Halo games. Maybe I'll open up that stream for people to join as well. That would be a fun thing to do. Alright, we're on tier 99, so we're almost there. And because of the challenge, I think I'm at least a third or halfway there. 5,000 is what I gotta get. 5,000 points. Oh, not even. A quarter of the way there. Well, we'll get to 5,000. And I think if I get to 5,000, I'll only be one match left from completing. The nice thing about doing something like Fortnite is that it doesn't ask too much of your time for a stream, and you can sort of do it while do other things, and it's not overly contingent on when you do it, unless there's an event. Now, I've never streamed a Fortnite event. I'm not opposed to doing it, but 9 times out of 10 I usually miss them because I have something on, or because, oh, I don't know. I get lagged out of a lot of events, which is kind of bullshit. I was thinking about doing something like an editing stream, but I think that would be legitimately too boring for people to watch. At least with Blender, you can kind of see things coming together. I'm fairly opposed to doing a Patreon, but if I did do a Patreon, an editing stream would probably be that'd probably be a decent thing to do for supporters to see what goes into the making of a video, I guess. Okay, so the goal of this is not to win, it is to get as many points as possible. And usually the way I like to do this, it's near impossible to get 5,000 in a single match. So I would say go halfway to 2,500. Not doing so well off the bat. Ooh, that hurt. Rockets. And I can't see shit. Well played, sir. if I got 1,000, I would be happy, because then I only have to do what, 5 matches. GG. I wasn't ready. Well, that didn't go too well. And usually if I don't hit the quota or whatever that I want to do per match, I'll try to make up in the next one. This map is blank. At least we're on the home run. I mean, I might even hit 100 before getting all those, before getting the 5,000 or whatever. I don't know if I ever streamed Splitgate 2. I think I've done some videos on the beta, but when it was Splitgate Reloaded or something. They renamed the game, I remember that much. And I think I streamed a little bit of it the last time, and I'm surprised how well it runs on Xbox One, but that game is not in a good place. And also, there's a ton of things that they could have done better with that game that they didn't. So, if you ever saw my multiverse confirmed video, I made a machinima with Splitgate because it had a theater mode that was considerably better than Infinite's, I'll tell you that much. Now, Splitgate 2 plays exactly like Infinite, but it doesn't have a theater mode. And because they took the game back into, like, they had to re-release the game, and in doing so they vaulted the Battle Royale mode, and there doesn't seem to be any mention of them relaunching that, and that was one of the biggest thrusts. I don't know if they've shelved it indefinitely, but that was one of the biggest parts of the second Splitgate was, you know, and the game plays really well, but it's just not as good as the first. And I found one thing really interesting was when the game was in beta or was in the public playtest or whatever, people were destroying Splitgate 2 left, right and center. People were tearing it down. And if you go on my Splitgate 2 videos when I was in the beta or the playtests, people in the comments were, one video in particular, were really ruthless about taking the game down a peg. And I don't work for, is it 1047? I don't simp for them for anything. Like, if they didn't make a good game, they deserve all the criticism they get. But I just found it fun to play. But since the re-release, there's these people who love the game and will glaze it to no end, but they can't tell you what they specifically like about the game, and I found that odd. I found it weird that people want to praise the game, but they don't want to say what they like about it. They say, oh, the gameplay is good. What about the gameplay? Oh, the graphics are great. What about the graphics? It seems like there's a lot of very non-specific praise going on, and I'm just curious where that comes from. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not going to go around saying, oh, these people are bought and paid for. But what's going on? And because again, I didn't glaze it. I just found the playtest fun, but the re-release hasn't hit the same way. And it sounds like I'm being a contrarian, but I'm just confused why people are praising it now but didn't before. And when people are giving their own criticism of it, they're just called haters. And I know that's the case with a lot of things, but it's different this time, and I don't understand it. It's similar enough to what's happened with the Halo glazing, right? Where all the people who placate Halo Studios 343 will not listen to any criticism. They just put their fingers in their ears. But when it comes to Halo, it's very clear why people do that. It's because they want to be invited to events. They want to get promoted by the Halo social media. There's a very obvious benefit to kissing the ring when it comes to Halo. That doesn't really exist with Splitgate. Now, Splitgate is going to have tournaments and events like Halo, but nowhere near the same event. Nowhere near the same scale. Not even Halo's going to have that again. Like, they've put HCS on the back burner for now, it would seem. But even then, it's like, even when they bring HCS back with whatever the next Halo multiplayer experience is, it's not going to be the way it was before, you know? Jesus.
Sniggle Fritz.
Bam, 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 bam. Oh, the flag's here. I keep forgetting. Whoops. Although I should be going for kills. I'm not gonna make it, am I? Ooh, give me the points. Okay. 1700 I think is what I need, because I only got like 1600 last time. Nice. Easy kill.
I got it. My bad. Somebody grab that shit.
Okay.
Turn around, motherfucker. Sniggle Fritz. Fuck around. Okay.
Still impressive.
We're done here.
Nice.
I'm just gonna grab quick beat.
Wham!
Yeah, I was already there. I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna try.
I think we're gonna be getting fairly close now. Because I'm a completionist, I'm almost tempted to just do the 5,000 anyway, because you get a bunch of Spartan credits off of it. Oh god, I'm a long way off. But almost done. To 100. I know, we'll see how I do with the next match. And then there was a part of me I was thinking, you know, if I got to level 100, how far would I be until I get to hero rank? And the thing about hero rank is you get the Master Chief armor from the Infinite campaign, which, I don't care about that much. It'd be nice to have, but I'm not a max rank kind of guy. But we'll see. I might even just call it at the end of the next match, because I have to do the Animal Crossing stuff as well before the shop closes, you know. So I guess we'll see. It's Yeah, I'm trying to cram as much stuff into the stream as I can. But it's fun. Like, watching the Morgan stuff is actually fun. I was unsure about whether or not I should open with that or do that halfway or something. Might have been a smart thing to do that halfway because this is going on way longer than I had hoped that it would. But we'll get there. I might complete the 1,000 points at some other stage. This stream was only really about completing the event itself, which we are about to do. It doesn't even matter if we win or lose. This could, well, I was going to say it'd be like my last match of Infinite, but that's not true. I still have to complete that 1,000 points, which I am going to do, just not today. Oh, give me a minute. Infinite can be really harsh about the timeout on, you know, kicking you back to the main menu. I would like to do a Cyberpunk stream at some stage as well because that game is so fun. I don't know if there would be much interest in it, but I don't know. Cute idea. Gotta love the lag. Oh, Jesus, come on. So there's this thing that rockets will do where if you're on Xbox One, especially Xbox One, you'll fire a rocket and it'll just explode in front of you. Like, it's like the firing of the rocket detonates it or something. It's really fucking dumb. And it happens on Xbox One all the time. I see people on their Reddit complain about it and everything. There's another thing called auto melee, where I think it's weapons like the rockets where you'll fire the rocket and you'll end up doing a melee attack instead. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it has something to do with the binding of the controller or what, but it's a very annoying thing that happens that pisses off a lot of people. If I was good at the game, I would care. Oops. Okay. If anybody else wants to do the objective, that'd be lovely. Given that I have 2 caps and the rest of the team has none, I'm gonna put the rest of this match firmly in their hands. If they want to stop the runner, that's up to them. But I'm seeing a guy going AFK, so that might be a wrap. Yep. Ah, sure. That's how it goes sometimes.
You had the fucking flag in front of you.
But hey, I got my challenge done. That's... Is it Operation Infinite done? Oh damn, I was not far off getting those points as well. Respect. I mean, it's kind of a... It's not a terrific stance because you're not showing off any of your weapon skins, but still. Yeah, Spartan ID is the stances, I think. I thought that was respect there, but it's not. It's this one. Nice. I got it. Okay. So, we'll go over to the switch there. Real quick. What would be something really cool is if the Steam Deck had something like the Switch where you could just hook it up to a TV. Alright. It's yeah, this will take a bit to do. But we'll get through it. The race is the race against time is the doing it before the shop closes. I think I can do it. I put that new ordinance in, the one for opening the shop later, and I only did that in the past week. So I started playing this game again when right before the new update came in, the January 16th or whatever. And in doing that, I unlocked a ton of stuff that I hadn't unlocked before. That has nothing to do with the update of the game, you know, getting the tier 3 stuff, which unlocks a ton of other shit. So that's... And I can quickly show you now, but I have 4 accounts on this system, but I'm not sharing them with anyone. It's just nice to have the extra storage. And I think I've already shown my house on stream before. So if you look up here, you'll see like that's my main house up there. I'm not gonna give a tour right now. You can see the northern lights, which is kind of cool. And then I have the 3 other ones next to each other. They kind of have one of everything going on in terms of the... Because I wanted to customize the exteriors, right? So, they all have mail. So those are the 2 other houses that I have. And I'm trying to pay off all of them. So, I'm not going to pay off every last bit. I'm not going to, for example now, there's an extension that you can get to the storage past your final payment. I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to pay for the basement, and then I'm going to leave it because I don't really need that much room. I don't need that much storage. That makes sense. And in fairness, I haven't even unlocked that much in the game. I guess I don't need to go far past the tier 3 stuff. I unlocked the terraforming I think a week ago, and I still haven't experimented with that much, which I'd love to. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm afraid I'll probably mess up my island in doing so. We'll see if the shops are still open past 10. If they are, I'll definitely get all this done by then. The reason why there's so many trees, so many fruit, is because if you sell fruit that isn't native to your island, so my native fruit I think is peach. Peach only sells for 100 bells, which is near nothing. But if you sell foreign fruit, which I have most of, it just turns your island into a money-making machine, and I want to pay off those house payments as much as I can. There's... Oh, Wisp is here. I don't know if I want to deal with his shit right now. I'll try to get all my fruits sold. That's every 3 days, which means, you know, most weeks you're... Yeah, every week I'm doing about, I think, 1.5 million bells. 2 of the houses are completely paid off now, and I just need to pay off the other 2. So that'll be another week and a half, another 2 weeks. And I'd like to, you know, do themes for some of the houses. The 2 big houses, not my main house, but 2 of the backup houses are vacant, and I've just filled with blue screens and green screens, just for fooling around. And then the final house, I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with it yet. I'm not interested in getting the Happy House Academy scores and stuff. That means nothing to me. But I do want to find something nice to do with them. Because the outside stuff is quite nice, I admit. So we'll see what I do with that. In fairness, you can get a lot done by playing every day, just by playing, going into Nooks, going into the Able Sisters, and then logging out again. And that's not even a 5-minute thing to do. This fruit thing is a little bit of a time sink, but once I have all the houses paid off, I'm probably going to tap out again for a while. But hey, for the last couple of months, I was dreading playing Infinite because every 2 or 3 weeks there'd be a new operation, and I was thinking, when can I stop? Because it's a few hours I have to give every week, and I don't really want to do that anymore. I'm sick of just filling out operations and stuff, but now I don't have to do that anymore. And even if I choose to pay for those passes, you know, all the tiers you've already unlocked can retrospectively be given to you, so I don't have to re-earn them again. Same with Fortnite. Although I would probably not buy another pass for Fortnite because the recent passes have been fairly bad. I mean, the Simpsons one was fine. I don't even remember if I streamed any of the Simpsons map because the Springfield map was adequately fun. I think a lot of people were of two minds about it. I thought it was alright. It was considerably small, but where it was small, it had a lot of stuff going on. If you look at the OG map, it's big, but there's not a lot of stuff on it. But it's also an old map. It's before they figured out a lot of the stuff that they wanted to populate the map with. And it was very weird playing it. It was in that cell-shaded style that the old PS2 Simpsons games like Hit and Run were in, so it was almost like playing that again. And it's a shame that that's what we have to settle for rather than a remaster or a remake of Hit and Run. There was a guy who did a remake of it on his own, and I think he got threatened with legal action or something, which is almost always the case. It happened to the guys who were doing Bionicle Mask of Power. It happened to, I think, didn't happen to Kryzen. Kryzen was the guy doing the Ocarina remake in Unreal, but it happened to there was a guy doing a Metroid remake, and it happened to him. And it's just such a shame. I understand why game companies do it, but I can't respect that they do it. It's such a discouraging thing to the people who essentially pay the bills. If you're not going to support the project, at least hire them or something. Jesus Christ. It's just sad seeing such talented, creative people get tossed aside by the people that they're fans of. I would never ever want to see, I don't know, like, I don't think Microsoft has ever done that to a Halo fan project. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. There's probably examples that I'm not thinking of. Also, on that note, I wanted to talk about one of my favorite channels, which is Hard for Games. They cover a lot of video game preservation stuff, and the topic came up, I think, of the Halo DS demo, which, you know, people who don't know that may not know that that wasn't made by Bungie or anything. It was made by a third party who I think, I don't know if it was commissioned, but there was interest for a time, but that would have have to result in Halo going to another developer or something, like, or another games manufacturer like Nintendo, and we weren't there at that point in time. Obviously, we're moving toward it now with PlayStation, but that wasn't what was happening then. And I thought for a long time that it was made off of Metroid Prime Hunters, but I think it was actually made off of GoldenEye for DS, which is a game I've never played, and I hope to play it soon because I got an R4 for my DS and I love it. Oh my god, I love it. I have a video on my upload schedule, which is me playing Halo Combat Evolved, which is like a remake Game Boy Color game of Combat Evolved. I think the guy only made the first 3 levels. I don't know if he's going to make more, but you can play it on desktop in browser very easily. But the thing that I like is that you can download the DMG file, whatever a ROM file is for a Game Boy game, and you can just play it on a DDS or like a Game Boy or whatever, and it's awesome. And it's projects that like that got me thinking about, should I make a game? And I really hope Caden isn't passing through the stream, because Caden has been on my case for making a game for forever now. Sit this. Mini fridge. Nice. Put that in my house. I would like to make an old primitive game, like a D-make game like that, because I used to do 2D sprites on the Spider Resource ages and ages ago, years and years ago, like almost 2 decades ago. Golden Sun ones, Pokemon ones, Mega Man ones. I don't know if I ever talked about the games that so there used to be I know there's like not Godot, but the game maker app that people use now to make games is not the same one that I think that people used 20 years ago. There was one that existed like 20 years ago. The icon, the desktop icon was a red dot, like a red circle, shaded circle, and it was good for making overhead RPG kind of stuff, side scroller stuff. And they had example files. I would love if that old version of Game Maker was accessible on Windows 10. I would love to download that again and play with it, because I think I'm much better at learning stuff now. I was too dumb to learn shit when I was younger. So I would like to get back to that. Now, the funny thing is that I never learned how to properly use that app, how to properly design games in it. So what I would do is I would just swap out sprites. And this is so embarrassing, but I'm going to tell it anyway. There was a game, it was an overhead, I don't know what you call it, not a side scroller, it was an overhead game, a top-down game, where your car was driving down a street and all you had to do was just move left and right to avoid traffic, and if you bumped into a car, it would crash and it'd be a game over, and you'd start again, whatever. So that was a preset example game that just to show what the app was capable of. So I didn't want to learn how to actually design the game. So what I did was I just got that game and I changed the sprites, and I remember changing all the cars to boobs. Just a bunch of boobs. And when you crashed one boob into another, milk would just start pouring out of it. It was all done in MS Paint. Oh, so cringe. Don't even ask me to find it, because the computer that held onto those files is super dead. I'd love to get it working again, but I don't think it's likely. I still have the PC downstairs, I believe. I've already kind of gone through a lot of the cringe stuff. Like, I did the Who I Was Before I Was Derelict stream. And then there's the American and Magnamon stuff. Flick has asked me to do a stream reacting to American and Magnamon, and I fucking refuse. Never happen. Never ever happen. It's hard enough reacting to the stuff that I make now. Never mind the stuff that I made 20 years ago. Almost 20 years ago. And it's easy for Flick to say, because Flick hasn't had to react to any of his old stuff. I need to like the stuff he did before he was a Flick's Life, He hasn't had to react to World Wrestling Gaze, or there was a previous machinima I think he did, the Halo one. He says he's deleted it. I hate it when people delete everything. I can't stand it when people just start pulling down all the embarrassing stuff they do. It's not funny. It's not fun. I'm not here to ridicule people based on the old stuff that they make. I just want to see who you were at a point in time to get a good understanding of who you are now. I think that's a fair thing to ask for. But I understand that people don't want to do it. It's not, you're not forced to do anything like that, obviously. It's only setting in now that that's the last of Infinite. They said that they still might do updates and stuff, like, quality of life and whatnot, but I feel like they'll probably... They still haven't... They started adding customizable skins or coatings for the Covenant weapons, but not all of them. Like, they haven't done the Fuel Rod Spanker yet, I think. So, they'll probably do those later on, but maybe rotate some maps in and out of matchmaking, but that's it. And some people are in a rush to complete the battle passes. I remember seeing a bunch of people complete them week 1, which would mean grinding 24/7 or just blowing a bunch of money on boosts. It's not a... I would say it's a good use of money. I'm not necessarily great with money myself, but I wouldn't... I mean, you can see it in my Halo Infinite avatar. There's a few paid cosmetics there. A few paid cosmetics in Fortnite as well, but I try to keep that stuff to a minimum. And I would really like to get the DLC for this game. The Happy Home thing. I mean, if it gives me more access to furniture and cosmetics, then, you know, why would I not want that? It'd be a good time to play a video over this if I found something I disagreed with, you know. You know, debate video. I think I did that before with the content cop on iDubbbz, no, on H3H3, and I did it on the Guide to Making Machinima. But usually, like, when a video comes out that I don't agree with, I just move on. I don't really care much. It's nice when you don't give too much of your time to people you disagree with, you know. Oh, did I actually... I don't know if I talked about it on stream, but I wanted to... I feel like we did talk about it. Was this Robert Downey Jr. coming back to play Doctor Doom in the MCU? That's something I was definitely going to make a rant on, because the thing that really annoys me is... I guess there's multiple things, like... MCU fans have to be some of the worst people alive. Some of the worst people alive. Because obviously the plan for the next Avengers film was the Kang Dynasty, where Kang the Conqueror was going to be the bad guy and they were going to be fighting variants of him from different universes. And because of the whole stuff with Jonathan Majors, which I joked about in one of my videos, I did joke about the charges, just that, you know, they had to scramble to rewrite the current saga of the MCU. The Doctor Doom thing is a Hail Mary and them trying to get out of the corner they've written themselves into. And you gotta do what you gotta do. It's so unfortunate that they just brought Robert Downey Jr. back and they couldn't find someone to play Doom. A new person to play Doom. And in a lot of ways, like, I was going to say that Mads Mikkelsen is the best guy to play Doctor Doom, but then you realize he played Caecilius in Doctor Strange. But if, you know, if Chris Evans is playing multiple characters in the MCU, does it matter? If they brought back the version of Quicksilver from the X-Men films, you know, does it matter? But I'm guessing they're making a special exception for the guy who basically started the MCU with Robert Downey Jr. And I didn't realize this recently, but the original Fantastic Four films that came out in, you know, the ones with Chris Evans and Jessica Alba, Robert Downey Jr. had actually auditioned for Doctor Doom. I never knew that. So I guess it sort of makes sense to bring him in now because, you know, that Gambit project with Channing Tatum that got scrapped, they kind of revived for it, you know. So if it's for reviving things that almost happened, I get it. Kind of like with Wolverine, where they were going to use the yellow suit and then they never did. Now they're doing it. But in the original, well, not the original, but the Fantastic Four films of the 2000s, there's a bit where Victor Von Doom has a statue made of him outside the building, and they're kind of talking about how egocentric or narcissistic he is. And someone on Twitter was saying how it's based on Robert Downey Jr., not, I can't remember the original actor who played Doom, but he passed away, I think, in the last year. And I don't, it's very clearly not Robert Downey Jr., but Marvel fans are trying to do this stupid nonsense where they're trying to act like every single decision that's happened in the MCU has been the product of careful planning and scaffolding. And now you have this nonsense where they're saying that there was a connection to Iron Man and Doctor Doom this whole time. And you know the burst suit that Tony makes in the cave with a box of scraps in the first Iron Man? They're trying to draw parallels between that mask and Doctor Doom's mask, and it's just... Marvel fans want to so desperately connect everything together. It's like the UFO thing, where it's not a conspiracy, but everything has to be part of, you know, grand design or something, and nothing can just be what it looks like. It's so annoying to listen to, because Marvel's just run by people. It's just people. And they make mistakes, and they have to course correct and everything. Have you noticed that the Eternals are nowhere to be seen in any of the Doomsday leaks or anything? Clearly, something didn't work out there, and they have no plans to bring back any of those characters. And I read the other day that apparently Mark Ruffalo and the actor for She-Hulk are fired. I guess because they've been outspoken on a lot of pressing issues, and Disney just want to keep their nose out of it. You can kind of see why they'd want to keep their nose out of it, but... And they're thinking about bringing Ed Norton back to play Hulk, which would be crazy. I don't know if he'd come back. Like, Tobey Maguire is supposed to be coming back for Spider-Man. Andrew Garfield might. It would be nice to see Eric Bana come back. I think he said that someone already asked him if he was going to come back as the Hulk, and he gave a very stern no. Not no in the form of, oh, maybe, wink wink. Like, you know, remember Andrew Garfield saying, you know, I'm not the wolf? It was a very stern no. In the same way that the actor for, what is it, Jean Grey from the original X-Men said. I would love to see Eric Bana's Hulk next to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and, what's his name, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. That would be nice. That would be like the vanguard of the 2000s Marvel movies. And I guess we've already kind of gone over the Fantastic Four with Chris Evans in Deadpool and Wolverine. Since they're doing variants of different films, I'm so curious if they would ever have put in the different Dooms from the Josh Trank film and the earlier Fantastic Four films. I would have a hard time believing they would ever do that, but you never know. I mean, one of them is no longer with us, so I guess... Because they're still doing reshoots. Like, they've finished principal photography, but they're still wrapping up the film, and I feel like there's not going to be a huge break between Doomsday and Secret Wars. They're just going to end one and go right into the other. Like the second and third Pirates movies, like Infinity War and Endgame. I I'm kind of two minds about whether or not I think Doomsday will be good, because it seems like the MCU is out of so many ideas, but it's probably the furthest away a movie has been announced from its release date. I was gonna say we're just under a year, but we're 10 months away from Doomsday's release. And they had put out the first teasers a year out. I don't think they've ever done that. With most of the films, it's usually 6 to 8, maybe 9 months. So they have a lot of time to tighten the bolts and fix things if they want. I doubt they'll delay it. And then they'll have even more time with Secret Wars. But then again, like, they were rewriting Endgame almost while they were on set. And then they had to navigate around things like the costumes leaking. Like, they almost rotoscoped those time travel suits over the Avengers, and it hasn't aged terribly well. Wasn't there a fossil or something here? Oh. Good. I hate the nanandroids, or the gyroids. The nanandroids are the toys. Still really want the Master Chief one of that. Inandoroid. And then the one of N from Pokemon Black and White would be nice as well. I'm not going to look at the leaks today, but details were coming out about the Lego CMF collectible minifigure, one of Toa-Tahu, which has me very excited. If the leaks are to be believed, it's going in the right direction. I was very worried we were going to get some flat printed piece of the Kanoe How, like, you know, they use for like some of the Marvel sets. The torso print looks fine. I wish we got arm prints, but maybe they might do arm prints. But the torso and the legs look fine. The colors are good. From what I saw, the most recent leak showed like a molded head for the now we haven't seen it from the side or the back, but from the front, it's a fully molded Kanoe How as it should be, and that makes me happy. Toa-Tahu, Toa Mata, the first Tahu in 2001 was my first ever Lego set. I think I've told the story on stream before, but my experience with Bionicle was in 2001, obviously. For that, I had gotten one of the Slicers, or the Throwbots, which were the precursors to Bionicle. I had the purple one. It's a lovely set. The purple parts were so nice. I wish they had done more of those after, you know, Onepu. I guess they kind of went back to it, Gen 2 a little bit, but I remember it was my mother's birthday and we rented out a cottage in the countryside, and my older cousin came along and he had gotten Liwa and Gali, and I remember just we took them apart and we mixed and matched the pieces, so I would have like a green and blue one and he'd have a blue and green one, and I remember just getting so fixated on it and showing it off to my mom and everything. And for her birthday, my dad had booked us a trip to London for holidays, and maybe I'd been to London before that. I don't entirely remember, but I think we spent maybe a week in London, meeting family there and going around the city. London in the 90s. No, not in the early 2000s. Very different to the way London is now, I'll tell you that. And yeah. And we went to Legoland in Windsor. And at the time, they were getting ready to launch Bionicle in 2001. So you'd go on the rides and stuff. I hate roller coasters, I really do. And I still have some, not VHS tapes, but like, you know, VHS-C tapes of that. I wish my dad had recorded the inside of the Lego store, because it was almost all Bionicle. They were doing everything in their might to promote Bionicle, and I remember seeing a statue of Tahu made out of Lego bricks, a statue of Toa Tahu, and thinking, I want to get that one. My cousin ended up getting like all the other Toa Mata. He never got Tahu. I got Tahu, and that was my first ever Bionicle. I still have the canister to this day, I think, or at least the top of it. And I still have that Tahu set as well. And ever since that, like, I've always got the red Toa. The red Toa was my guy, so I got Toa Tahu. When I got Tahu Nuva, it was such a big deal. My classmate got it first, and then when I got home, I saw it, and I loved the evolution from Tahu's How to How Nuva. I think the How Nuva is the only Nuva mask that looks like a lot, like, apart from maybe Kopaka, that looks like a natural progression of the Matza version. And I kind of stopped keeping up with Bionicle by the time 2008 came around. Like, when 2007 came around, I was like, whatever. And I stopped paying attention. But I liked some of the sets in 2007, 2008. And by the end of 2008, I started paying attention to the story and stuff again. And I kind of got annoyed that, you know, you had the Toa Metru and the Toa Inika or the Toa Mari had like an increased scale from the Toa Metru. Like the Toa Toa Nuva. The Toa Nuva would never make sense to stand next to the Metru or the Inika because the scale is completely different. So they brought the Toa Nuva back for 2008 and gave them the kind of darker Metru and Mari Inika colors. And so obviously I got Tahu. Tahu had a really nice mask. It didn't look anything like his previous versions, but it was a nice mask. And I think for the, like, I got the red Paraka. I didn't get the red Visorak because it didn't look good to me. I got the black Visorak. That looked cool. I got the green Borak Cal. I got the brown Baraki Karapar because that looked like, I didn't really like the red Baraki. What else? Oh, I got Joller. Yeah, Joller looked fine. I wish I got more to Toa Mari because those are, in my opinion, one of the coolest Toa lions. I mean, the Metru will always be my favorite, but there's not a lot of diversity in the Metru builds. The Toa Mari have a lot of cool builds going on there, I think. And I remember going to, so we used to have a, there used to be Lego used to have a clothing line called Lego Wear. And there used to be, one of their shops used to be close enough to me when I grew up. And I remember going to the Lego Wear shop. I remember my mom got me like a Vakama sweater. And Vakama is my favorite character, Vakama Metru. I was so excited when I got that, and I lost it in Scotland, which was really sad. I left it on a train or something. But we went into the Lego Wear shop, I think for my birthday or something. And I used to go on BC Power a lot, which was like a Bionicle fan site, and you would go into the gallery, you would see leaks for upcoming sets or prototypes and stuff. I don't know if I was on BZ Power at that time, but I remember seeing the Leakan set with the Kikanalo in 2004, 2005, and I didn't know that set was coming out. And it's not like now where you would look at a set and go, oh, that's fake, that's a knockoff, that's a bootleg. I instantly knew it was a real set. And I think I begged my mother for it. And she's like, oh yeah, sure. So I got the Leakan set with the Kikanalo. And the girl who was at the desk was like, you know, giving us the set and stuff after we bought it. She said, oh, there's a bunch of stuff here behind the counter. I don't know if you want this, but I don't know. We have nothing to do with it. And it was like freebies and stuff that you would give out. And it was an eraser, like an eraser for pencils that was molded perfectly in the shape of a pink Lego brick. And I never used it, but I think I've lost it now. It was perfectly molded, like it would probably be compatible, but it was meant to be used for, you know, rubbing out things. And then I got a Knight's Kingdom notebook. If you don't remember Knight's Kingdom, but it was basically another version of like a construction figure thing, like Bionicle. And I never used it because I was so excited that I got all that free stuff that I never wanted to use any of it. And in the same shopping center, we used to have it's not a carousel. Oh, there's a word and I can't think of it. A kiosk. There used to be a kiosk that used to sell... Oh, I'm getting very nostalgic now thinking of it. There used to be a kiosk that used to sell gadgets and doodads for kids, like just like a bouncy ball or a yo-yo or something. And it's where you would buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So if you wanted to buy Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you'd buy them there. And I think I bought like a booster pack of Yu-Gi-Oh or something. And they were given these freebie cards. Kind of like, if you remember the Yu-Gi-Oh movie. You know the way that you'd get the... If you booked a ticket, they'd have one of 4 cards. There'd be Pyramid of Light, there'd be Blue Eyes, Shiny Dragon. There'd be something else. And you would have to give one out for each ticket. And when I got this booster pack, I think they were given a box of freebie cards, and they would have to give one out for every booster pack purchased. But I guess, like with the Lego store, there was this girl working there who didn't know that you're only supposed to give one away. So she said, look, there's a bunch of... It'd be funny if it was the same girl, but I thought it was. She said, look, there's a bunch of cards that are just lying back here behind the counter. Do you want just all of them? So she gave me all these freebie cards, and it was the Blockman card, Treasure Map, and maybe another... It was like 7 or 8 cards. I might show them on the building stream, maybe. But just the generosity of strangers, you know? I didn't need any of that crap. And I still have those cards in mint condition. I don't think they're that rare, but you never know. I kind of hate how Pokemon cards are like a commodity now. They're not what they used to be. They're not what they were supposed to be in terms of being, you know, a trading card for children. It's actually quite sad to think about, because you see those videos of, like, they have vending machines for them now in supermarkets in the US, and people are tripping over each other just to flesh out or clean out the vending machine, take all the cards for themselves and resell them. Man, that's depressing. I got one of the... Oh good, the shop's still open. I have one of the Pokemon decks, the one with Espeon, as a kid, but I never collected the cards. I was never interested in them. And I'm glad I don't now, because it's so depressing to see what's happened with it. Because keep in mind, the trading card game, there's a whole different aspect to actually playing the cards. You know, they're not called playing card games. Is there anything I collect? I guess I'm gonna collect the CMF things. Like, if I get the Tahu one for Series 29, I'll probably collect them all. I tried collecting... I collected as many of the Spider-Verse ones, because those were really, really nice. And there's an app now that you can get... I forget... Minifig Scanner or something, where you can just scan the QR code on the back of it and it'll tell you what's inside. It's really nice. It's a far cry from where that series started, where they weren't cardboard boxes, they used to be plastic bags, and there was a Mr. Gold figure that was supposed to be really rare. No point now with that, with the QR codes. Like, I think Lego is actively endorsing that app now. Because you don't want to be that weirdo in the shop who's just feeling out a bag to see if they can figure out what's inside. Although, I wish Mega Bloks would do this again. Mega Bloks used to have a blind bag thing with Halo, and they had bump codes. Like, the contents of the bag would have a serial code that would be like printed into the bag, and you'd be able to read that and see, oh, okay, this one has Master Chief, this one has Cortana, this one has a Red Elite or whatever. And that was a while ago. I keep thinking that, you know, I mean, relatively speaking, Mega Constructs hasn't had the Halo license for that long. But, I mean, it's 15 years they've had it now. And I'll always remember going to the toy shop and seeing, you know, for a long time Mega Constructs would do vehicle builds like a tank or something. Not just for Halo, but other than that. And I think that's how Halo got into it, is because they would get the vehicles from Halo Wars, and you would just build those. And there was no minifigures. And then they started adding. They only had one minifigure, and it was a Spartan from the Spartans from Halo Wars, right? The red team or whatever. No detailing. It's just generic green Mark 4, Mark 5 Spartan. And then they really leaned into the minifigure thing. They did the blind bags, and then they did the thing that Lego do now, which is get a figure that everybody really badly wants, like the Arbiter, and then lock it behind a Scarab set or like a Phantom set, which is a really cheap thing to do. I don't like that they do it, but it seems like Lego are figuring out to do that less and just put them in the CMH boxes. Like, there used to be a thing where they'd make two different versions of a figure, and the highly detailed one would come in the big box, the big set, and then there'd be a streamlined version in the CMF blind bags, you know, that wouldn't have maybe leg prints or arm prints and stuff. It feels like they're coming away from that, because I haven't gotten the Series 28 CMF bags. I don't know if they're out in Ireland yet, but the Spider-Verse ones, they all seem really detailed. It feels like no expense was spared on them. Now, I don't know if maybe they've brought the price up on them. I would assume that they have, because of inflation. But the quality has gone up. And I want to talk about this again on the build stream, but holy crap. That smart brick shit looks so insanely stupid. I cannot believe how a brick that's going to double the price of an entire set just so it can make sound effects. That's dumb for so many reasons, and I think the reason that's talked about the least is the fact that it doesn't invalidate, but the intention is to almost take away a child's sense of imagination. Why does a child need sound effects to play with a Lego set? They can do that on their own. Or what a character sounds like. I'll never forget, 10 or so years ago, or definitely 15 years ago, they started bringing out the Star Wars sets with light-up lightsabers. And you couldn't change the battery in them, I think. And you couldn't take apart the minifig as well. You know? Such stupid nonsense. And I don't... there's some... again, it's like with the Halo thing where you're gonna have people in the Lego community that are just going to praise Lego for anything they do because they want invitations to events, they want to be included in things. That's fine if you want to do that. But it seems the consensus broadly is that the smart brick is not a good idea. It's stupid. It's a waste of money. And they've tried it before. They've tried something very similar before, like with active bricks or sound effect bricks. Who cares? And you need an app for it? Fuck off. I would very much like to get every version of Tahu that exists in a set. So I have obviously Tahu Mata, the original. I have Tahu Nuva. I have Tahu Fantoka, or whatever, from 2009 date. I have Tahu 2015 Tahu from Gen 2. I have 2016 Tahu from Gen 2. I got that system set. I got 2 of it because I thought I'd be able to flip a spare one online. Obviously there's that big set that has a Tahu with like the googly eyes. I'm not going to buy that set, however I do want to get the pieces for it so I can have that little build of Tahu. So by the time I get the CMH Tahu, I'll have all the iterations of him. There is a minifig in a Ninjago set, like a big... That starting screen is awesome. Oh, for the stream. I like all the screens that like a lot of work has gone into all the streams for this. Like, provided you're talking about this, the one for the stream, Celtic. I'm curious if you've seen the Be Right Back screen. I've shown that once or twice this evening. Obviously, when I wrap up, you'll see the Bye for Now screen or whatever. I don't know which one is my favorite, but I like all 3 of them quite a bit. And I'm grateful that Mixamo is still working with me, because it's been hit or miss the last year. And the Rococo plugin, I should say, not just Mixamo. It's good for lazy animators, I should say. Like myself, I'm barely even an animator. I would love it if, because these Animal Crossing models you can get on the model resource, and they are rigged, but I would love it if the Mixamo things could port to them, because oh jeez, I don't want to deal with this stupid lost item nonsense. And I can't drop it. Right. But what I was saying is that there was a Ninjago set, and a minifigure has a Tahu shirt in it, which I would love to have. But again, it's like with the Arbiter with the Phantom. It's a huge set, and it's ridiculous to pay that much money for one piece. It's just a torso piece. I don't even need the sleeves. People are obviously going to charge an arm and a leg for that piece, because they're trying to make good on their investment in buying that whole set. So, you know, I don't think there was ever like a bricklink market for mega constructs, but there should have been. Because usually when I'm buying, like, if I was buying, I used to back in the day, but if I was buying Halo mega constructs stuff, I'd have to do it off eBay, and eBay can get pricey with postage and all that nonsense. Bricklink is fairly well put together, I would say. And I think a lot of people were not confused, but concerned when they saw that Lego had bought it, but I think it worked out fine. Same with stud.io. Which, will we do another stream in that? Maybe for the build stream. I'm not in a rush to go back to that app. I think I've done plenty with it. If I do that audio drama Bionicle, maybe I'll do up some of the characters in it, but I don't think there's a lot of desire to see that project. Let's see if I can find who this thing belongs to. We're most of the way there with the fruit anyway, which is good. I hate how this guy looks. Gaston. I don't even know who that is. I wonder what would happen if it belonged to a villager I'd never seen before. I think I just saw Gaston up there. Kitty. Oh, that's cat. Where's his house? I really hope he's home. Look at all these fruits we still have to sell. And the veg. Well, I guess that's still fruit. I don't want to lose this slot in my inventory. It's too much of a hassle. Oh, he's home, thank God. And I still have to do the wisp stuff. Before midnight. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Squat toilet. Very nice. I already have one of those. Do you know what? We'll just get the wisp stuff started. That way if I see any of the fragments while doing the fruit, I could just, you know, catch them and be chipping away at it. Yeah, okay, dude, I'll do it. Shut up. 5? I thought there used to be 3. I don't know, my memory's getting so bad. Put away this gyroid now. Oh, that's another thing I have to talk about in the Lego stream is the Legend of Zelda Lego set. The 2 of them. I have so many thoughts on that. Obviously, it was very silly to... You know, they did that decoutry set and charged $1 quadrillion for it. But then again, like in a... they followed up with that final fight set with Ganondorf. And I don't know why they didn't... Like, there's an Ocarina piece in the decoutry set, but there isn't for the final fight set. And that makes no sense because the final fight set is a scene from Ocarina of Time. The decoutry set, I think, is meant to be just from a decoutry from any Zelda game, or at least Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time, because you have 2 Breath of the Wild figures as well. I have to check the price of the Ocarina on Bricklink because unlike the, well, I guess it's a single piece like with the Tahu shirt, it's half the size, and I would be so annoyed if it was going for anything more than like a tenner. It's really fun doing starting screens and stuff, you know, for streams. Working on assets for live content is really nice. Even like just simply planning out what I want to do and then making a thumbnail, it's just nice to have a whole kind of set of programming put together. It's stuff I would like to do for other YouTubers, I think, if I could get the work for it. Thing is, even after I get all these fruit done and the tomatoes or whatever, I still have to do all the coconuts. That won't take too long though. I mean, I'll definitely get it done in time before the shop closes because I have, I think, another 40 minutes. I don't think they're going to close at 10:30. If I started doing all the Wisp stuff, I would almost definitely lose my chance to do it. If I was doing the Gulliver stuff, I would definitely lose my chance to sell all this stuff today because the Gulliver stuff is, in New Horizons, the most annoying version of doing the Gulliver stuff because you have to tear up the entire beach, sometimes multiple times, to get those missing parts for his ship or whatever. Although it is nice that he talks about, you know, visiting countries like Ireland or Holland. I'll pick up the branches too. And I actually got one of my favorite villagers the other day, Kit Kat. I thought he had been removed from the game because, you know, he always has a helmet on, and they've added a thing in this game where animal villagers can wear like accessories and stuff. Like, I don't want to hang out too much of Morgan's dirty laundry, but I told him about like the reactions I was going to his content, and I don't know if he was flattered, but he was, I think he was saying like, oh, we have permission or we don't have permission or whatever. But he seemed like when you react to someone's content, you are promoting it, unless you're doing, you know, I don't know, some live streamers will just watch a video and not credit the creator, but as bad as I think Morgan's videos are, you should watch the videos yourself. Not just to promote his stuff, but they have to be seen to be believed. Don't take my word for what I'm telling you. Please watch Morgan's content yourself. But me and Flick, I remember me and Flick talking to Morgan about reacting to our content, and he said that he would. Now, it's a bit vain to ask somebody to react to your content, but I was trying to create like a transactional, not transactional, but like a back and forth where it was like quid pro quo. That's what I want to say. Where, you know, we're scratching his back, he's scratching ours. Now, I don't think there's much scratching he can do for me. My channel is literally 10 times the size of his. But he just seemed uninterested in helping anyone other than himself. I mean, outside of the retools, but like, I think the only reason he wanted to work on the retools is because he idolized Beam and looked up to him. And for the record, like, obviously John is internet famous with RB and stuff. Morgan thinks that Beam is legitimately famous because he's ripped off John's show. Like, he earnestly believes that, and part of that is due to the fact that Beam did do a panel for Machinima at Halo Fest 10 years ago, which is like, yeah. But Morgan is like, when I was talking about his politics or his beliefs earlier, I don't think he's necessarily a bad guy, but I mean, he's done some bad things, but he's just extremely impressionable. I think that's the word I want to say. It sounds like I'm alluding to him being like some kind of axe killer, but he's just said things that have made me very disappointed in him. As someone who used to be friends with him, like. when someone doesn't know better, you can not appreciate what they say, but not hold it against them. But when someone you see knows better, it's very disappointing to see them betray themselves like that, you know. But, you know, what can you say? It's not like, I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect myself. The thing that bothers me the most is people just... Where is this fucking thing? People allowing their personal beliefs to take over. Like, not what you know, but what you've been told. Okay, I can sell that, good. There's nothing worse than having to go home and put something in storage. Although in fairness with a recipe, just learn that or sell it. I wonder if I could actually use the terraforming thing to make this village look like one of my older ones from previous games. Probably. Celtic, I'm kind of surprised you don't stream more. I think you'd be good at it. I mean, Celtic has streamed a couple of times. He did a stream where he was like going over his old content and, you know, giving commentary on it, which is a good idea for a stream. Me and him spoke about ideas for a live stream a few weeks ago. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, Celtic can't be worse at it than I am. Celtic could do something very different than I would, I think. But also, Flick, you probably should be streaming as well. I think people would really vibe with your streams too, Flick. So it's the two of you. Two of you should be streaming on your own accords. You know, you shouldn't need someone like me telling you to, you know, be doing live content. Both of you are well able. You know that, though. You already know that. I was looking into. I think Restream is. I don't think Restream is free. You know, that site that lets you stream on multiple places at once. I think I probably need to branch out my stream to different places. It's just like I could stream on Twitch if I want. I do have a Twitch account, but it's just that my main media is on YouTube, and I don't think it's a good idea to pull people away from YouTube. You know? However, if Twitch had really lax guidelines on playing copyrighted music, then I would go all in for it because I hate napping. And I see big Twitch streamers doing it all the time. Is it something that big streamers are let off the hook on? Because there used to be a huge deal about that on Twitch for years, where you could not play any copyrighted material at all. I'm not even motivated to do this stupid Wisp nonsense. I'll give it maybe 10 or 20 minutes, but I am definitely calling this at 11. I mean, there's a lot of people from our community who could or should be streaming and don't. I would love to see Anti-Wars doing IRL streams. Walking around Australia. How you going? He's a fucking blaming cunt. I think did Kirkland stream for a little bit? He made a Twitch account for Brock Thundercock, and I don't know if that was an immersion thing for oneself or if he was actually planning on doing a bit of streaming. Azosaurus did a little bit of streaming, I remember that. I mean, listen, Ari could stream if she wanted. A lot of people on Twitch do well by virtue of being a lady, I'm just saying. Does Kiro stream? I mean, Kiro is the most successful one of all of us, so it would take very little for him to stream and make some money off it, you know. Not to say that he would need the money or would only do it for money, but I don't know, streaming is fun. It's nice being able to chat with people. Produce a show. It, I think. I'd have to do it all over again in 3 days. But it's kind of like with the Halo thing where I only need to do... I don't have to do this past February. Just rounding up a lot of things in the games. I've already completed the Battle Pass with Fortnite, or at least all the free stuff. I'm hoping the next season is better than the one we have now. I'm not really blown away by it. You know what I mean? You alright there? That will get the coconuts, and then I think we'll be complete, minus Wisp. I'm guessing there's not a thing you can do with the Northern Lights. It's just a nice thing to look at. Because when there are shooting stars, you can wish on those, and you get like a fragment thing in this game. Can't see anything now. So easy to lose those presents, it's insane. Stretch leggings? No thank you. No thank you. I think I can do all the coconuts in one collection. I am getting a little bit tired. Which is a good way of knowing that the stream is coming to an end soon. Very excited for next week's stream. Be more relaxed, I guess. I don't know, this felt like a very relaxed one. No need to complete any kind of gaming challenges or anything. Probably won't be doing this nonsense with the fruit. I mean, if the fruit's grown back, then I'll do it, but I probably won't make that the focal point of the screen. I don't even think that I covered everything in that stream schedule, actually. Sorry. Yeah, so there's the Easter egg stream for Easter. After that is the Wii stream. That'll be a lot of fun, because we looked into it a couple of weeks ago. And I think I'm in a position where I'll be able to get, yeah, some gameplay. And, you know, I could do a Wii emulator, for sure, but I think it'd be more fun if I used an actual Wii. So, we'll do that, and we'll see how we get on with it. Won't be doing Animal Crossing, don't worry. What is after that? After that is the anniversary of the extravaganza. The extravaganza was last year's April, like, Easter stream. There's a few things that we covered in that stream. I think that's my longest stream to date. It was like 12 hours. Or like 7 or 8. I want to revisit some of the stuff from that stream. The stream after that is going to be something I haven't seen from me before. I don't want to say too much. If I can pull it off, I'm sure I will. The stream after that is the... Is that the first stream of May? I think it is. making things in May for Ashtar. That's gonna be fun. What I want to do with that is I want to make an entire thing from scratch, like a video or a song, a Blender. I'm gonna make something entirely from scratch, and it's gonna be started, stopped, and like uploaded on stream. So I might change the time of that, but I might make it a long stream, but it's going to be the most real stream I think I've done. You're going to see me make something from scratch and put it all the way to the end. It might be machinima, might not be. And that's going to take us into the summer. And we might end up, recycling some ideas, we might not, but I'd like to see if we can get all the way to May. I don't know, I think there's some fun ideas for some streams in there. I like the idea of being a variety streamer, it's not the same thing every time. I've got that tree standy recipe multiple times now. And maybe a part of that, the final stream, the one making stuff in May, maybe that there could be crowd participation in that. That worked pretty well with the stud.io stream, making a Bionicle Max. Maybe we'll push that idea just a little bit further. I mean, if it's something that people aren't interested in, then they're not interested in it. I'm not going to be mad or upset about it. But I think it's a nice thing when people feel involved or engaged. That's why the Retold series did as well as it did. A lot of work, but it does pay off. And you see how many bells I get. Tremat staring at the tree. Gustavo, wasn't it? we won't do the wisp stuff. It'd be funny to see if my character holds on to it. Like the little thing. I am not gonna have my sleep schedule fixed if I keep going on like this. Also, I hope you're all drinking plenty of water. I know I have. Oh boy. So between... Oh yeah, sorry, I just remembered that I kind of went off on a tangent. I didn't even get to finish my rant about Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom. And I might have said it before, but it's just kind of unfair. Because some of the leaks are saying that Robert Downey Jr. will be playing Iron Man again, and I'm thinking, why? You've said goodbye to the character. I don't really care about variants. It's not... Like, Robert Downey Jr. got to say goodbye to the character forever. And that's good, and he did it fantastically. But now he gets to bring the character... Like, I know the character's not coming back from the dead because of the variants, but like, the fact that he gets to come back to the character is kind of... Chadwick Boseman had to say goodbye to the character, and it wasn't even his choice. You know? The cancer took him. And Chadwick Boseman dying has created an entire schism in the Black Panther. Like, and I guess it's still Marvel, but like, people who love Black Panther are very divided on what the correct choice is with Black Panther, because, you know, Shuri is fine as Black Panther, I think, but clearly some of the fans don't feel the same way, and they would rather see T'Challa recasted as opposed to just having his sister pick up the mantle. I don't have any clear feelings on it either way, but I can see where they're coming from. Would I want to see Iron Man recasted? Probably not. We're probably never going to get another Robert Downey Jr. giving that kind of performance. In the same way we're not getting another Punisher performance like John Bernthal. We're not getting another Joker performance like Heath Ledger. We're not getting another Harley Quinn performance like Margot Robbie. I don't know. Like, if someone who worked on oneself, was a voice actor for oneself, died, and they were iconic, would we recast them with someone who could do a good impression or use AI? I don't have the answer. Using AI is probably not a good way of doing it, because it feels like you're kind of smearing their legacy or something like that. I just realized I'm cutting this very close. It's almost 10 to. Shit, I always end up doing that. Oh, I didn't even do these. Shit. have to run very quickly. I can't even catch that. Oh, don't go over the water. You're joking me. Oh wait, I didn't need to drop that because it's counted on this. Oh, just over 1,000,000. Nice. See if I can make my final loop lap thing for Wisp as well. See if I can find that last piece before I do my last bit of selling for the night. Oh. Two more, I think. But I saw it. I felt bad for Paul Dano when all that stuff happened with Quentin Tarantino, where he said that he was like the weakest part of There Will Be Blood. I love that movie. I don't think he was the weakest part at all. I'd have to start thinking about what I think the weakest part of that movie was. Wasn't Paul Dano for sure. And he said something about Owen Wilson as well, and then a third actor. I don't know. sometimes I guess when you get so famous, you just think all of your ideas are good ideas. Every thought is worth putting on a microphone or a megaphone. Sure, like Paul Dano was hurt by that, like having such a well-respected director tearing you down like that. I mean, in fairness, Tarantino's allowed to say it, and he's allowed to think it. It's just the impact of saying something like that. It has to be down along here. Oh no, this is where Wisp himself is. If I wasn't half asleep, I would probably get that remaining few thousand for Infinite and do some fork knife, but it's getting late. Oh, you should look at that. Oh. It was just here. Now this is the annoying part. Where in the name of God is Wisp? Oh, it's good, thank you. But 2 minutes before the shops close, and I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I sell this stupid shit. I think they're about to kick me out of the shop as well. Alright. That was boring for you, I'm sure, but yeah, lots of good chats were had. We'll be back same time next week. Do some little breathing, some cringing, maybe a little bit more. Yes. Where's the right screen? Yeah, so look forward to the upcoming program of streams. It's going to be a good one. My name's been Derelict. You've been with me for the last few hours. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Alright, let me get some outro music for you. And I'll see you soon enough. Jesus. How about this one? That'll do.